Council meeting open. The aim, I'd like to remind everybody that in accordance with the Council's Code of Meeting Practice, other than the public forum section, this meeting will be live streamed. I'd also like to welcome the Scouts from the 1st Wattle Grove Scouts group who's here observing tonight's proceedings as part of their training program and badge scheme. The acknowledgement of country will be read by Reverend Paul Moshevic from the Liverpool Baptist Church, sorry Paul, and after that will be the national anthem. So if we could all please be upstanding.
We would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and their ancestors past and present. The Cabiragul clan of the Darug Nation. I also acknowledge that this land was accessed by many peoples of the Darawal and Darug nations. We affirm our hope and dedication to the good government of our city and the well-being of all of Liverpool's residents, no matter their race or creed. Tonight we affirm our hope for sound decision-making by Council, which will improve the quality of life in our city. We express our expectations and best wishes for Australia, our nation's future, the Mayor, councillors and staff of Council and all those associated with good government in Liverpool. Let me lead you in prayer. Dear Lord, we thank you for the opportunity we have once again of meeting in these council chambers. We thank you for this great blessed country of Australia and for the privilege that we have in living here. Thank you for the freedom we have to elect our leaders, to plan for the future, to express our faith freely without fear of persecution, and to work and make a living irrespective of race or creed or economic level. Forgive us when we take these blessings for granted. Dear Lord, our land and its dwellers are desperate for rain, so we pray for much rain to fall on our drought-stricken country. Also, in the midst of the many fires, we pray for the protection of life. We give you thanks for those who are tirelessly fighting the fires, and we pray for safety for them and their families. We pray for the Mayor and the councillors who have been elected to lead our city of Liverpool. We pray that the deliberations within these chambers would be honouring to you and that good and just and wise decisions would be made. We pray for good government at every level in our land. While we enjoy peace in our land, we pray for those caught in conflict in many parts of our troubled world. And in this season of Christmas, may it be another opportunity to reflect on what it truly means to give joyfully and receive with thankful hearts. And we pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair. Beneath our radiant southern cross, let's toil with hearts and hands to make this calm and wealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who come across the seas, we've boundless place to share. With courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Thank you. If you could be seated. Do we have any apologies? No. Thank you. We have one condolence, and that is for Auntie May Robinson. Auntie May Robinson, a descendant of the Younger and Caramal people and long-time resident of Mount Pritchard, passed away on the 26th of November 2019. As a student, she was an outstanding performer, winning a Commonwealth Scholarship. She then became the first Aboriginal person to graduate from the School of Education at Milperra College of Advanced Education, now the University of Western Sydney. Auntie May continued to pursue education, working as a teacher and educator across Western Sydney, and she later became a national educational consultant. Auntie May was part of the team that developed the first Aboriginal Studies syllabus in Australia, and she's listed as a life member of the Aboriginal Education Consultative Group. She received numerous awards from local and state government bodies and became an elder of the campus at Western Sydney Uni, and in 2011 was awarded an honorary doctorate by the university. Last year, Auntie May was honoured by the university through the naming of the Auntie May Foyer in the Nagara building, the university's Liverpool CBD campus. Auntie May was also an active and long-serving member of the Ganangara local Aboriginal Land Council. She'll be remembered for her passionate activism and determination to rise up to fight in her life. On behalf of Liverpool Council, I humbly express my deepest condolences to her family and her friends during this very difficult time. May she rest in peace. I move that the condolences be sent to her family. Thank you. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Did anybody wish to add to that? No, they can if they wish.
Yes, just that Madam Mayor, Auntie May was known to me, and I pass on my condolences to anyone who was close to her.
Thank you, Councillor. The next item on the agenda is the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 20th of November.
I'll move that way, Madam Mayor.
Mayor, I'll move that way with the amendment as previously discussed.
Yes, so
And I second that being
it's
the
been
amendment that was
adopted.
circulated
Yes.
to councillors by email.
And perhaps we could, can we read that out, just so that we know what it was?
Yes, if you don't mind.
I'll read it. Following a briefing from Wesrock and a review of the proposal in question, staff offered an apology, a sincere apology, to Councillor Rhodes in relation to the CEO comment relating to NOMO 2. It is not legally impossible, which is what we had previously advised, to enter into the Wesrock agreement, as the Wesrock proposal is an investment offer rather than a power supply arrangement, and we had treated it as a power supply arrangement. That's a little bit of an additional information. Thank you, Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a mover, Councillor Caliander, and a seconder, Councillor Rhodes, with those amendments. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Any declarations of interest?
I have one, Mayor, please, in EGRO 07, the draft Liverpool contributions plan for Austral Leppington North. The interest is a family member has deposited on a piece of property in that precinct. Non-pecuniary less than significant, although as I have not sought proper advice, I will leave the chamber on that item for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, I would like to declare an interest, a pecuniary interest as a board member of the executive of Westrock in Corp 01 Single Source Software Solution and Corp 05 the investment report. Should I give advice on those matters, I'm just declaring that I do have an interest.
Thank you. Any others?
Madam Mayor, I may have a declaration of interest, non-pecuniary less than significant. Just in regards to a motion that I may move, I'm still undecided if I am going to put it on the agenda. So could I have a form, and then if I decide to go ahead, I can put it in?
Okay, well, you can have a form, but we'll see how we go with what you're proposing.
Okay.
Thank you. Could you give Councillor Ayad a form?
Thanks.
Councillor Hull?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a non-pecuniary interest in EGRO 02 and 09. That's the Warwick Farm precinct. I have family members living in the area. I'll be declaring a non-pecuniary interest, less than significant, and I'll be staying.
Okay. Any other declarations? All right, thank you. The first item is the public presentation is Ms Fiona McNaught, who will address Council on the lack of progress of multiple riverfront projects.
motion, please.
You have an urgent motion. What is the nature of your urgent motion?
The RFS is doing an amazing job across the community during this, across the country during this difficult time, and we are facing in this time of real need. We should be provide assistance where we can. First, I move that first Liverpool Council donate $10,000 to the RFS to assist in providing essential services that may be needed. Second, Council consider being a drop-off point for the community to drop off donation of snack foods for assistance for frontline firefighters, which will be distributed to the nearest RFS. Thanks.
I second that.
I will deem it as urgent because I think we're all going through the throes of the bushfires and the smoke, and it's not going to stop this time soon. And this is our last meeting, so I think everybody has heard that motion and the sentiments of it. Does anybody wish to speak against the motion?
I'd like to speak for Madam Mayor. With you.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, I absolutely fully support Councillor Carneeb. I call them our heroes, those firefighters. It's amazing to think that when that smoke has been going on the last few days, how terrifying it is being tens and hundreds of kilometres away from those fires, yet you get terrified. Just imagine of those heroes that are out there assisting to put those fires out that has been sadly terrifying in New South Wales and other states. We should absolutely have the utmost respect for them and do all we can. So, Councillor Carneeb, congratulations on that. You have my full support.
Are there any speakers against the motion? I'm going to put it...
Mayor, just before you
Yes,
do that, can I
Councillor.
just seek some clarification on, and I'm fully supportive of the Deputy Mayor's motion. In relation to the RFS, we're just going to hand it, we will give them $10,000. RFS as in RFS head office, or?
Locally, or are you talking about local RFS, Councillor? I think locally.
Just a...
Yep, you want to put local into the motion?
Many fires here, but can I ask the Deputy Mayor if he will consider it, that we acknowledge some of the community groups, for example, and I know that you went out there and saw them, Mayor, Turbans for Australia, for example, who are doing that, actually just put that in as part of the motion. And with the $10,000, and I totally acknowledge the RFS and the firefighters and whatnot, if we're trying to get the goods to the people that are affected, the firefighters are doing a wonderful job trying to fight the fires. Should we be looking at maybe combining with people like Turbans for Australia, who filled up a semi-trailer load and actually delivered it to the community that was in need? That way, there's probably more effect instead of saying, here's $10,000 and not knowing that it'll actually get to the ground.
I think it will get to the ground, Councillor, in fairness, but I have a question. With regards to the snack foods, is this for the actual RFS staff, the ones that are out there fighting the fires themselves, like to help them go? Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
Madam Mayor, just on that, can I suggest to the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Haggerty, if they're okay with this, that we also encourage other members of our community to donate to the RFS, because they do operate on a shoestring. They have recently suffered budget cuts, and every dollar counts towards, supporting them at this particular time.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, if I may, with Deputy Mayor agreement, if we are able to send a letter to the RFS Commissioner thanking him and appreciating as Liverpool Council all their work that they have been doing for us.
We can do that
Bring the
as
laugh
well.
on the line, please.
Yeah, we can do that as well.
Madam Mayor.
I just want to reassure councillors that this money would go to the local office, which there was a new one opened, 12 months ago? Yeah, 12 months ago in the LGA, so we know them rather well. Councillor...
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Well, I fully support
the motion moved by Councillor Kanib. So, look, $10,000 is a very small amount of money. I would prefer to spend more money, just make it like a $20,000, especially if some of the money is going to the resident affected by the fire. Thank you.
I think that's two separate things. I think what the councillor is doing is trying to assist the RFS, and then the residents, I think that's a separate matter, councillor, in fairness. We have a bit of time on that one, but this is about the folk that are out there fighting the fires right now, and I think there's we're trying to support them in their role. And some of them are actually not working. They're actually not going to work to do their jobs. So that's also maybe going to cause some financial hardship for some of them. So this may assist with maybe their electricity bill or something like that if they're really in strife. So, okay.
I still believe, Madam Mayor, it's $10,000. It's a very small amount of money. Just increase it to $20,000. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, if the mover is happy with the 20, going to 20, you happy with that, councillor? Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to put it. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it unanimous. Thank you. The next item's on page 60 of your
Move
booklet.
a motion, Mayor.
Yes, councillor.
And just get the council recommendation up, just so that we can make it easy. In point 1, remove the word endorse, replace it with the word place.
Oh, yes.
Yep. After the word domain master plan, remove for and put on. After public exhibition, after the word exhibition, remove everything and put immediately until the 28th of February 2020, please. Point 3 becomes point 2. Sorry, point 2 will become point 3. Put in at point 2. Notify relevant stakeholders that the plan is on exhibition. And then 3
As is.
2 becomes
Yeah, okay.
3.
Seconded. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Shelton. Is there any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried.
Can I congratulate staff on the work they've done on that? I think it's taken 12 to 18 months and they've literally gone through and noted where every single tree, footpath, sign, paver is in the CBD. It's a big bloody job, if I'm allowed to say that.
Take bloody out, but can I suggest that you put that in as a footnote to the motion?
But we won't put in that word.
No, leave that word out.
All right. Yeah, if we can just note
Remember,
that-
we have the scouts in the audience.
Sorry, Scouts.
I'm happy to have it recalled, placed it in there, and then
Okay.
voted again. And
All right.
makes
If
life easier.
point 4, that we congratulate all the staff on their hard work and on a comprehensive report. Okay, I'll put it again. Those in favour, those against. Declare it unanimous. Once again, thank you very much. Next item's on page...
I have a motion, Madam Mayor.
Yes, what is your motion, councillor?
Okay, I think that we can bring that up on screen with a few amendments. We right?
You wish to speak to your
Yep.
motion?
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'll just go through a couple of amendments. Number 5 notes that the LEP funding reallocation request is unsuccessful, and we direct the CEO to allocate funding from the unrestricted reserve to prepare a structure plan for
That's all right.
the following.
Yep.
Probably want to tell them where that's going.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can I just confirm whether what's on the screen is the
Yes,
motion that's
this
been
is the
proposed?
motion as
Okay.
moved by councillor Rhodes. It's very similar to the one in your book with a few changes.
For the
Okay,
benefit
then
of-
5 would be that the structure plan for the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct, noting that the structure plan will rezone the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct from Shrivner Street to Hume Highway to Governor Macquarie Drive to B4 with mixed business. noting that zoning is consistent with the state government's planning advice to maximise densities close to railway stations, and this precinct is immediate to the Warwick Farms railway station. And also noting that the AEC report, June 2017, specifically 27.3, should the horse training stabling functions of Monday Street precinct be viably relocated to the racecourse, opportunities arise for Monday Street precinct and Lot 1 to collectively deliver a master plan outcome that incorporates a range of housing types. We need that to read relevant to B4 zoning.
Thank you.
And yes, the rest is as is.
Okay.
Speaking for the motion.
Hold on a moment, seconder.
I'll second if I can just fix up a few of the words, Mayor.
Hold on, we're still trying to get the bits of it up on the screen. We're just making sure it's all okay.
And while they're checking, just sorry, George, at point 5, notes that if the LEP funding reallocation request is unsuccessful, get rid of council will need to consider appropriate funding in the 2021 budget and replace that with refer to point 6.
Thank you.
And then in point 6, directs the CEO to allocate funding from the unrestricted reserve. I think we did that.
Yes, that's what was said.
Yep.
Unrestricted.
So, yeah, but it just needs to be written there. So point 6, directs the CEO to allocate funding from the allocate funding from the unrestricted reserve.
Funding from the unrestricted reserve.
And then I'll second it, Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Now, wish to speak to your motion, councillor Rhodes?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Now, as the motion does include, this matter has been going before council for so long. The Warwick Farm Racing Precinct is a very, very distinct precinct that was created for the training operations close to the Warwick Farm Racecourse. The issues are that we have overlooked the fact, or we tend not to accentuate in any of our reports, the fact that it is right opposite the Warwick Farm Racecourse. It is within the strategic plans of the Greater Sydney Commission that we do increase densities to give people the opportunity of using that railway station to alleviate traffic congestion on our roads. Another thing that we have overlooked is that, when we go to consider and we say, oh, well, we would need a school in this area, the fact is we have 5 schools already within the Liverpool CBD, all within walking distance from this precinct. And when we consider the parks in the area, this area does contain the most expensive recreational park that the LGA has got in the LGA, and that public park could be made available to the people in this precinct. And also, let's not forget, we've got the Georges River with ample parks, recreational places for that would service this particular precinct. The other issue about jobs and the creation of jobs, this precinct would be supported by B4 zoning, as the training facilities would be relocated onto the racecourse, and those people working at that in those training facilities would have the opportunity to remain in the B4 zoning, living still in the area and being in immediate vicinity of where they work. The area shown below Shrivner Street to Georges River is already zoned industrial and is best situated to be renewed as a high-tech educational hospital and technology park, which would also provide job opportunities to support the increase in density in the B4 zoning. So, having said that, there is already employment opportunities. Apart from that, being the hospital, universities, racetrack, the Inglis Hotel and Function Precinct, and also the industrial site, which is south of Scrivener Street, which would remain industrial and is should be updated and into a high-tech park. The other interesting thing is that the Moore Point and Hargrave Park should also be identified on the structure plan as the River Precinct, separate from the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct. As the River Precinct plans for Moore Point and Hargrave Park, I believe, already exist, there's no need to allocate funding for the new plans. This would save council money, it would save council time, and it would allow us to concentrate on that Warwick Farm Racing Precinct and give the people in that particular district of Liverpool some certainty that they truly deserve. Council has on many times said that we wanted this to be B4 mixed uses, and somehow or other the council keeps changing the terminology for that. So we are insisting that this is what should be happening. We would like to see this Warwick Farm Racing Precinct and the River Precinct recognised in the LSPS and in the LEP with those particular zonings in place. And then I think that we are finally beginning to deliver for these people what they actually require, need. It would be good for Liverpool. It is a site which has got significant gateway presentations for Liverpool, and this would be a good thing for Liverpool.
I'd like to foreshadow a motion.
Yes, thank you, councillor. We have to deal with the motion on the floor first. Can you speak against the motion and give us an idea?
Yeah, look, if I'm reading basically mine is the motion in the book with a couple of extra things thrown in there. If I read that motion properly, it's basically saying let's get the experts to do this. The people, you know, that sort of spend many years studying and working in this field, let's get them to look at the data, do some analysis and come back with some detailed plans based on our guidance, which we're giving here. Yeah, that's pretty much my motion. So it's as per the book, but I wanted to add a couple of extra things in there. Which is notes that the residents and landowners of Warwick Farm have been waiting over a decade for certainty in regards to the future of this precinct.
Sorry, Mayor, and I don't mean to be painful here, but generally you ask the Speaker to speak against.
Well, I think what he's trying to do is give councillors a flavour of what the foreshadowed motion is and speak against it at the same time. Right. I have to admit I'm trying to read the document that's just been circulated, so it might be a minute. We just have about, what's the time? All right, we'll have a 5-minute break to read because it's an extensive motion. So, councillors speaking against the motion, halt for a sec, and we'll take 5 minutes for reading time.
Mayor, I'll speak to the motion after we get advice. Obviously, we had a break for that
I'm
reason.
still speaking, I thought.
Yeah, I'm afraid Councillor Haggerty did have the floor when I adjourned him in mid-mouth. Councillor Haggerty?
Yeah, look, I was speaking against it because I don't think it goes far enough. Couple of points there. We need a hard and fast date. As I was going to put in my foreshadowed motion, this has been going on too long. Both the motion in the book and this motion doesn't put a timeline on it. We could be here in 10 years. Still.
We were coming back to that, Madam.
Point of order.
Well, excuse me,
Yeah.
Councillor Haggerty speaking.
So I think we put a hard and fast timeline in it, and if and I'm happy to work with council staff on what they think a reasonable timeline is. If they think they need...
Well, can I just stop you there because you were speaking against, so I think you've lost your right to speak against. So just hold that thought. Councillor
Sorry,
Achiti?
question and then speak.
Yes.
And I thank Councillor Haggerty for the breath of fresh air he took during the break. Any issues officers see with that motion as written?
Mr Moore?
Through the CEO, no issues though. I would suggest a small change to the wording just to fit better with the processes that we will follow. So in point 6, prepare a structure plan for the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct and a planning proposal to support a rezoning, and then delete the words through to the Warwick Farm Precinct. So delete noting that the structure plan will rezone.
Sorry, can you say that again?
So I'll read it again. It will say, direct the CEO to allocate funding, etc., for a structure plan for the Warwick Farm Precinct. For a structure plan for the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct and a planning proposal to support a rezoning of the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct from Shrivner Street, etc., etc.
I'm happy with that as a seconder.
And I'm happy with that, but I would also like to address the matter of a time frame on this.
Let him finish. Any other
Well,
issues?
Councillor Chitty had the floor, so Councillor Chitty.
And in relation to time frame, Madam CEO?
Mr Moore, what do you think is realistic for your staff to undertake this work?
I might seek the advice of Mr. Smith there.
Just having a read of... Given that you're looking at allocating funding, well, firstly, we've put in a request to the department for LEP funding to be reallocated. If that's successful, or if it's not successful, given the wording here, we could stipulate probably four months. I think that's reasonable for a comprehensive structure plan that addresses all of the traffic and transport, amenity, flooding, put a development contributions plan forward. But obviously we'd need to put together tender documentations and go out to market. So the time frame would need to be in relation to from when a consultant is engaged to undertake that work. So we'd need a little bit of lead-in time at the front to then say if it's 4 months from today or 4 months from when a consultant is engaged. I think we just need to be careful of that wording.
Probably 4 months from when a consultant's engaged might work better.
So would May work? End of May meeting for everything and which is then 5 months?
You won't get a consultant on board before February, apparently. So February, I'd say June to be on the safe side, guys. Hold on. We have
a panel of consultants. Councillors, it requires a 55(3) exemption to allow us not to go out to tender on it. If you gave us that exemption, we could appoint immediately, which they may still not be able to start in February, but it will speed till February will speed the process up.
I'm happy to include that in the motion as the seconder if the mover is.
Happy.
Yep.
All right, so then can we go to, are we going to May?
We'll do our absolute utmost to get to May. I don't think we've missed deadlines when we've told you that yet. So.
All right, so if we put May in there, please. And through you, Mayor, if I may ask a fellow councillor a question, if that's okay. Councillor Haggerty, you said that they were pretty much the same, but yours is a lot stronger. What else is missing from that motion that would satisfy yourself?
Councillor Rhodes, can you turn off your microphone?
Just one more point, and then I'm happy to withdraw my foreshadowed. I think we need to prioritise the Manning Street and Monday Street precinct for basically for safety reasons. The sooner we get horses off that street, the sooner we stop a tragic accident happening. If you go down there at 8 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there are dozens and dozens of trucks. In the morning, you've got horses crossing that road. So if we start with that part of Warwick Farm, we effectively ring fence the horse precinct to where the trucks don't go. And we, basically let some people sleep at night because they're worried about their employees and horses getting killed.
I'll just ask the CEO whether that's feasible. I'm sure it is, but I'll ask just in case it isn't.
The precinct plan would look at the whole zoning. My understanding from landowners in that area is if they had a different zoning, they would be willing to move out or to move on to the racecourse. The conversations that Mr Moore and I had recently had with the Australian Turf Club also indicates that they would be willing, should they were able to realise the value of property they have outside of the racecourse, to move racehorses onto their area. So I think feasibly, yes, this whole process would enact what you're asking there.
I don't want feasible. I want a hard and fast, actionable motion in there that's legally, give us some wording, but I think it needs to be called out and actionable.
Well, while staff are thinking that, why don't I ask Councillor Chitty to speak to the motion, and then people can give it some thought. Councillor Chitty?
You've already spoken to your
Councillor
motion.
Rhodes, can you turn off your microphone, please?
Thanks, Mayor. And can I first thank Councillor Haggerty for coming on board with this motion. I just need to address something that, apologies, Mr Paletti, in relation to the chopping and changing with the uses. That was council, not staff, that actually chopped and changed that. So we are the ones sitting around here that should take responsibility for that. In order to satisfy the Greater Sydney Commission and all these other bureaucracies that are trying to tell us what's best for us, we thought the best chance of success was change some wording in order to achieve the goal that the council wanted for the residents. So that blame needs to sit on the on councillors. I think Councillor Rhodes spoke about it, and we've heard from Mr Paletti and the people from Warwick Farm for a very long time. We've promised lots since we've been on this council in relation to ring roads, rezonings, and unfortunately we have chopped and changed a fair few times trying to keep everybody else happy instead of having a steadfast resolution that we actually work to as a combined council. Hopefully this will be a unanimous decision of council so that everybody knows that everybody here is on board and everybody supports the rezoning of Warwick Farm into the precinct that our residents want and what we think is best for the area. Train station, hospital, schools, recreational space, everything is working for that area except Governor Macquarie Drive, and that's something obviously that we need to look into as part of this to ensure people can get safely in and out. I think this motion gives a very direct instructions to staff, or to the CEO, sorry, of what we want. I don't think anyone is going to chop and change anymore. That's what we want. Are we going to take on the state government in relation to this? Yes, we are. They want to see something else to what we want to see there. But I think as a council united, we can take on the fight and we can finally get on and deliver what we probably said we were going to do a few years ago.
Thank you. Councillor Haggerty, sorry.
Yeah, a couple of questions. If we scroll back up to the top, I don't know if it's still in there, but the bit about budget 2021, wouldn't we want that in this year's budget rather than next year's budget? That's been
Sorry, that's been removed.
And the bit about B4, that's sort of... That doesn't mean we're going to zone Rosedale Oval B4, does it? It's just that there'll be a view to...
I'm happy with that.
I'm sure you are.
That's community land, councillors, so it would remain community land. unless you chose to rezone it, I will.
Yes, councillor, thank you. Any speakers against the motion? Any further speakers for? Oh, yep.
We have a bit to add.
You want? Well, it's up to the mover and seconder to accept
If
it.
the mover and seconder are happy, I'll read it, if I can read his writing. Investigate the potential to relocate the horse training facilities to Warwick Farm Race Course, prioritising those located in Manning and Monday Street.
I would like to change that slightly. Direct the CEO to immediately start negotiation with the ATC to confirm that the area in this document will be B4, and to negotiate for the training facilities to be moved onto the racecourse as soon as practical.
Point of order.
Yes.
Is that legal?
I'm about to ask that question. I don't think we can actually direct a third party.
No, I don't have any authority over the ATC. I have had conversations with them. I would say Mr Moore and I meet with them every 6 months to have exactly this conversation. So they're well aware of this, and as I detailed, they themselves have indicated that they would like to move stabling that they own in this area onto the race course, were they able to realise an uplift into that stabling. So I think I can't direct them to do anything, but I certainly can negotiate on council's behalf.
And that's what it is saying. Direct the CEO to immediately start negotiations.
Okay,
There's nothing illegal about that.
Thank you, councillor. You're not a lawyer.
Mayor, as a seconder,
the next, anybody wish to speak against the motion?
Sorry, what are we?
We're speaking, are you
No.
happy to have that in your motion?
Mayor, I'm not happy with either Councillor Haggerty's or Councillor Rhodes, and can I explain why?
Yes, certainly.
Our job as a council is simple. We've asked for it to be rezoned, do a planning proposal, come back to council. What the horse trainers then do, with all respect to everyone, and what Warwick Farm Precinct does, is totally up to themselves, and it's not for us to decide who to negotiate with. Our job is to get this area to the zoning that we want, and I believe then our job is done. It's then up to the trainers and to the ATG, whatever they're called, to negotiate how they get horses from that side to the other. We're a council, we're not, horse brokers. So no to both of them.
Okay, so seconder's not...
Happy to remove them both, thank you.
Okay, so the mover and seconder are now happy with the original. Councillor Haggerty, I think you hold on to that as a foreshadowed motion, but the first motion will be going through. Now, any other speakers for the first motion?
Do I get
Hall?
a crack, or have I had a crack?
No, hold on. Thank you. You've had a crack. Councillor Hall, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to speak obviously in support of the motion. This has been going on for many, many years, and I'm probably one of the councillors who saw this, and yourself, Madam, where we were all in agreement that something should happen there. And I also know of the disadvantages those people suffered by having the temporary stables turned into permanent stables, which took the livelihood away from quite a few of those people. I think that was a very unfortunate lack of foresight on our part. We should not have allowed that. The initial plans for those areas that we saw of the gateway into Liverpool, to me, those that I saw, councillors saw, would certainly improve the looks of coming into that area compared to what it is now. And sadly, no one has really done anything on either side of that road to make that area attractive. It has been that way for many years, and the horse training, not the horse training area, but the owners of the racecourse certainly have promised many times to do things there, and sadly nothing has happened. It's a disgrace to Liverpool to come in on that road and look either side of that Hume Highway there. And the sooner we get something done about this, the better for all concerned, and the sooner Liverpool will start to be the real gateway to the West that just about everybody has to come through. It's disgusting at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Any speakers against the motion? None? Okay, I'm going to put the motion.
Do I get to have a final?
Well, there wasn't really any speakers against it, councillors, so the right of reply, if you wish to have it, go right ahead.
Madam Mayor, look, I think that this is a good motion that would deliver a good outcome for the people of Liverpool. It is a good motion that will support the residents in this racing precinct and give them some closure for an issue that has been outstanding for over 10 years. It is a motion that makes it extremely clear as to what the decision of Liverpool Council is in regard to the zoning of the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct. It also separates what was previously known as the River Precinct from the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct. They have two completely distinct objectives in regards to Liverpool and should not be considered together in the one precinct. By separating the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct from the River Precinct, which includes Moore Point and Hargrave Park, it is easier to deliver the objectives of what each of those precincts individually need. It is something that Liverpool Council has discussed in great depth and great detail. It is something that we have had community consultation with for a number of occasions, and on each of those occasions, what the constituents wanted seems to have been overridden by somebody else telling us what Liverpool needs. It's a magnificent site. It is a site that does have strategic merit. It is a site that is well suited for the B4 in accordance with the Greater Sydney Commission's own definitions of high density next to a railway station. It has all the components necessary. It has the parks. It has the opportunity down there along our gorgeous Georges River to enable people to enjoy the recreational space that is a natural asset of our of that particular area. It is an asset, if we treat it right, that will make that area something that Liverpool can be proud of. It is an area that international tourists that come to the Inglis Function Centre in regards to their horse sales would be proud or would enjoy seeing. It is something that Liverpool councillors could be proud of. It is something that Liverpool Council could be proud of. I think that if we were to make this decision, it is a decision that will stand Liverpool Council and Liverpool councillors proud in the eyes of our community. We would be doing what the people of Liverpool Council have recommended to us, and it is something which, when you look at the Greater Sydney Commission's previous decisions on other areas, it is within what they recommend. So I think that it is what we need for Liverpool. It is something It is a good planning decision, and I thoroughly ask all councillors to support this particular motion.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm afraid the debate is over, councillor. That was the right of reply. Okay, I'm now going to put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against, please raise your hands. So councillor Shelton, for the record, has voted against it. Councillor Balut is absent. Okay, moving on. The next item is on page 80.
I'd like to move a motion for that, Madam Mayor.
Yes, councillor. What's your motion?
It'll be up on the screen in a minute, but my motion, I just want to let you know, my motion does cross over to Conf 04, so I was hoping we could combine the two and just be wary of the wording that we use.
Okay, Conf 04. Bear with me. Corp 04?
No, confidential. Sorry,
Oh,
Conf 04.
okay.
Confidential.
All right, let me have a look first. Okay. Right. How do you see these? I mean, I know what these two are, but how do you...
Madam Mayor, my motion is now up on the screen, and I feel that it crosses over. I was hoping that they could be combined. I mean, if you prefer that it be dealt with in confidential, I'm also happy to do that. But I'm sure the councillors can be wary of the wording that they use.
I think it'd be best if you separated the two, councillor, because while they're the same subject matter, they're very different situations. So I would suggest you deal with the first motion, and we can deal with the other matter in confidential. Okay? So what is your motion on this item?
Then if we're dealing with the other one, Madam Mayor, if I may, if we're dealing with the other one in confidential, can this one be moved to confidential?
There's no reason for it to be in confidential. When you go into confidential, you have to meet a part of the Act.
All right, Mayor, I'll move a motion that this be deferred to the February 2020 meeting, and I'll give reasons as to why it be deferred, or we can just move a motion to just receive a note, which then just kills the strategy, which I don't want to do.
Can I just clarify something, Madam Mayor?
We've got several movers trying to do different things, so let's go back a step. Councillor Ayard, what is your motion?
Yep. So, Madam Mayor, my motion is now on the screen before the councillors. Now, I'd be happy to hear Councillor Hachidi's reasons for deferral, if that's okay, because then I'd be able to make a decision if I want to withdraw this or keep it going, because we do want to keep the strategy alive, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Hachidi.
In relation to, and I probably just guessing why to combine them, the strategy speaks about Bathurst Street Car Park, and then there's another item that's about Bathurst Street Car Park. So, yes, I think it makes sense that they're actually put together in relation to that. I think I note that it was said that the only reason it's in confidential is due to the dollar amounts putting in there.
Yep.
I can't see, and I don't think anyone's going to discuss the actual dollars, as in the sum that was provided.
But I think given the nature of this motion is about the dollars, I think it'd be wise to go into confidential.
I'm happy for Councillor Ayard to move a deferral on this, and I'm happy to give reasons why I won't support this.
Well, what is your reasons for deferral, Councillor? Just Councillor Ayard's...
Yep, so that we relook at the strategy. I have issues with D1 in the strategy, D4 in the strategy, D7 in the strategy, D8 in the strategy, and D9 in the strategy. So really out of the 10 things in the strategy, there's probably 5 there that I can't support.
Okay, so that's your reasoning.
Yep.
So you're moving a deferral. Councillor Ayard, are you happy for that to be deferred as the motion?
Madam Mayor, can I just have a second just to revisit my notes here in regard to what Councillor Hachidi has mentioned?
Sorry, can I just hear again which parts of the strategy that Councillor Hachidi has put
and I'll
on?
give you reasons for them if you like, just so for clarification. D1, which we're saying will benchmark against other councils. To me, that's pretty much saying that we may then increase parking rates, which I don't agree. introduce a car share scheme into the city centre. I understand, I am supportive. My concern is, and we see in the Traffic Committee coming shortly, where we're pulling away, I think, 10 car parking spots to benefit, yes, the car sharing, which I have no issues with, but then we're benefiting a company instead of residents having those spots. So there will be a commercial purpose to that. So based on what are we taking away 10 spots from our residents where we're crying out for parking to, and I'm not fully understanding here, to benefit an organisation that really is making money at the detriment to our community. So I just want to see some guidelines around how we roll that out. D7, car park pricing. So we're reviewing the current prices on street and off street. D8, it's good that we're looking at maybe changing the restrictions. And then D9, which what Councillor Yard was trying to introduce, I take it, based on some information from the briefing session, I don't see that is really feasible or going to happen. So out of those 10 points, I think, personally, I have issues with 5.
So, right, so it's in your name, Councillor Chitty, but Councillor Add has the first bite at the cherry. What do you wish to do, Councillor Add?
I mean, I'd be happy with that if we could incorporate number 3 in this. I'd like, when it comes back to council, I think it was March that Councillor Hachidi mentioned.
I think
he said February.
February, okay. I'd like locations identified 100 metres from the train station. If that could be included, I'd be happy to have this deferred. Yep. Would that be okay, Councillor? Would you be happy?
I'm happy if you defer it. You can put all your points in there when we get to that car parking item. We've really dealt with it as part of this, and then that should just be built off.
Okay.
Okay.
Even better, Madam Mayor. I'd be very happy with that.
All right.
And they all need to be included.
Yep.
May I make a
Hold on a minute.
another
Councillor
amendment?
Yard's moving, seconded by Councillor Hachidi, I would gather.
Only if the mover is going to move...
Deferral?
No, accept another point, which I'll bring in later into the debate, Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Rhodes.
Yes, Madam Mayor. One additional point that I would like them to consider to include when this does come to us is the matter about the RMS traffic study. And I think it's very difficult for councillors to make decisions about traffic and parking if the RMS has done a parking model study and councillors themselves haven't seen it. So we need to have that addressed as well, which I'll be bringing up further in the meeting, but it needs to be included in that if it is appropriate or accepted by the mover and seconder.
I'd like to foreshadow a motion.
Hold on a moment. I think, Councillor, that the RMS parking study is a totally different situation. I mean, it's becoming a motion now that says deferral, but then do all these other things. So I think we have to have a bit of clarity around this. Councillors, you're making it known what you want to deal with, and you want a deferral so these matters can be dealt with. So my suggestion would be defer to February 2020 meeting and the following matters be addressed, and then just point them, including the RMS parking study and other matters. Hold on a moment.
Could we have the 2nd February meeting just because staff are staff on one?
Yeah, I agree. It'll be the 2nd February meeting because a lot of staff will be on leave in the early part of February. So if we could just thank you. And so we just need to make sure that we pick up all the points that people have raised. Defer.
Madam Mayor, just on that RMS parking study note,
Excuse me a minute, Councillor. I would take A out because you're basically there ruling that that whole thing stops, and you're really asking for more discussion on the matter. So I would suggest that that's a fairly finite decision that probably should have a bit more discussion around it and more information, especially since there's studies being called for. And yeah, that one about railway stations and what can be acquired around railway stations for car parks is important as well. So, yep, all right. Sorry, I'm just making sure we got it clear. Thank you, councillors. I wonder how the scouts are going. All right. Councillor Howard, I appreciate you've already spoken. Did you want to speak to your motion formally?
So, Madam Mayor, can I just have some clarification?
Yes,
I know the
Councillor.
RMS is going in now.
Yeah, I'd be happy to
it's there.
have that included as well.
Sorry, just on that one.
Just the part C that the RMS parking study be made available to councillors.
Make that the RMS traffic study. rather than
Traffic
parking
study. Thank you, councillor.
Point of order.
Yes.
Sorry, do we have this traffic study?
That was going to be my question.
I'm just going to ask.
Mr Waifi, can you speak to the studies that Council has received?
Through you, CEO. The RMS has given Council a copy of what is termed the base model, and that base model, Council have actually used that base model in the assessment that we did for the city centre. What the RMS has not given Council is options for what they are going to be doing to deal with traffic impact in future years, because they haven't actually completed that analysis themselves. They engaged two consultants. The first consultant did the base model, and the second consultant did the future model. Council has got a copy of the base model.
Hold on a minute, Councillor Sheldon. You're interrupting a staff member who is in the middle of reporting. Continue. Thank you.
What I was clarifying is that Council has got a copy of the base model, and Council City Centre investigation from 2 years ago was in fact based on that base model.
Thank you. Councillor Sheldon.
Yes, so just make the last point that RMS traffic study material as provided to date be provided to councillors.
Material.
As provided to date be provided to councillors.
Yep. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Did.
Well, I believe the traffic study and the parking study and strategy as well should relate to each other, because you can't isolate the traffic study from the parking study. Because just in case, if the RMS one day come and said, well, look, you can't use this street or this street for a parking issue, you know, for a parking strategy. So how we can base an opinion on putting a car park somewhere within the CBD or outskirts of the CBD? So they should relate to each other, and any report should be provided to councillors before we make any opinion or any decision on the parking study. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm taking as speaking for. Have we any speakers against?
I would like to speak against.
Councillor Haggerty.
I'd like to, and I'll foreshadow that we move as per the book. This just hasn't come out of thin air. So this is a strategy that's been developed. We've had briefings on it. We've already been and gone through the Bathurst-Perry Street issue. We've had multiple motions about parking. We've had councillors jumping up and down in local papers going on about parking. And for good reason. The residents elect us to take action, not defer things. And the one thing that keeps coming back to me is we need more parking in the CBD. This is a strategy that's ready to go and deal with parking in the CBD, and we've later got another motion that's going to deal with parking in the CBD. Let's do it. Let's get on with it. Let's not defer it, because we were elected to make decisions, take action, and we got action in here, and we all decided at the last moment we want to go, oh, can we go back and have another look at that thing we already decided 3 or 4 months ago? Seriously, get on with the job.
Mayor, can I speak for the motion?
Yes, you can speak.
Thanks, Mayor, and I thank Councillor Haggerty for his comments. I can't remember anywhere, in any briefing, in any discussion, where councillors have said, let's benchmark, and correct me if I'm wrong, happy to take it on the chin, let's look at increasing car parking rates in the CBD. I can't see anywhere except for a planning proposal down at Shepherd Street where we've spoken about the car share. Yes, we've had people come in and do a presentation on a few things at the traffic committee or somewhere, I believe, but as a council, and again, I'm happy to stand corrected. D9 is the Bathurst Street car park, and I need to go into it now because Councillor Haggerty off the floor moved the motion probably so that he could go in, and he's talking about people jumping up and down in the papers. and then jumping up and down and say, yes, we're going to build a car park here. If we look at the strategy, it's 2022, 2027, and if we take the advice from the officer, and I thank the officers for the advice and the plans and everything they've put in there, can I talk about costs without mentioning a figure? Because I need to respond to my...
Okay, but I'll rule you out of order if you get to...
Okay. In that it states that it's going to cost us nearly double per spot in that location because of how narrow it is, and we actually get less spots, and please, Mr. Artur, correct me if I'm wrong, because of the width of that site and the actual site. So yes, we wanted to see something there. Yes, we let the experts do their job, and yes, they came back to us saying, yes, it can be done in whenever we needed it, which could be 5 years, 7 years. But it's going to cost you more per spot because really the site is too small with the turning circles to go up. So I'm not sure if you went to the ratepayer and said, I'm looking at putting up your car parking prices, because I definitely didn't. I don't know if you went to the ratepayer and said, I'm going to build a car park just to tick a box, but it's going to cost you double, because I certainly didn't. There's a lot of things that you may have went to them with and said, yes, I'm going to spend a whole heap of money on something that may not work, and you've got to put your hand in your pocket a bit more, but that's something that I definitely did not. And if it's not 100% right, or even close to, I'm not saying that the report's not right, thank you for the report and the way it was presented, but if it's not the best buck for the ratepayer, if it means the ratepayer who comes into Liverpool needs to put their hand in their pocket even more to park, to go in and get a haircut or get some meat or to do whatever it is, well, sorry, councillor, that's nothing I went out to the people and said that I will do. So I'm happy with the motion that Councillor Ayard has moved and that I have seconded, and I'll vote against any foreshadowed if you put one up.
Thank you, councillor. We've had two speakers for
Madam Mayor,
and one speaker. Yes,
for...
Councillor Blute, you want to speak for?
Yes, I'd like to speak for Councillor Ayard's motion. It presents that this site's got a lot of constraint on it, and as rightfully Councillor Hachidi outlined, I don't want to go through it, but if we want parkings, everyone wants parkings. I, for one, advocated for that for as long as I've been on council. But we want the right parking at the right cost for the ratepayers. As responsible councillors, we are responsible for the ratepayers, so we've got to be a bit cautious there. We want to provide that, absolutely. If we can do it tomorrow, go for it, but at the right dollars, the right location. So why don't we, and stop me there if I do say anything wrong there, Madam Mayor. What I feel that we've got to take just a bit more time, be a bit more careful, provide the right parking at the right cost. That's the least our constituents could ask for and want. Yes, we want parking at the right price, the right location.
Thank you. Any speakers against? We've had speakers, several for. Councillor Ayard,
can I foreshadow my motion?
We hold on to that thought. Councillor Ayard, would you like to speak?
Madam Mayor,
right of reply?
I'm happy, and I think my fellow councillors covered this quite adequately. I'm happy for this to be put to a vote, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask for a small amendment, Mayor? Please, before it goes to a vote, I won't speak on it.
Right.
But I'm going to double down here on Councillor Haggerty. That we put in a point 2.
Point of order.
Hold on, let me hear it first before I do a
I'll withdraw that. I'm doubling down on Councillor Haggerty. Madam Mayor, I do apologise, Councillor.
Thank you.
For mentioning your name. That a point 2, that Council immediately increase the 15-minute free parking to 30 minutes.
Second it.
That's already.
Thank you for great initiative, Councillor.
Actually, Madam Mayor, I think I do want to speak now. Is that okay? I actually love this. I'm a mother of 3. It takes me 15 minutes to get my children out of the car and moving and walking away from the car. So this is fantastic. Thank you for that, Councillor Hachidi.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor.
Well, I'm happy to give people that look, as someone with 2 children, I do know it can be difficult getting them in and out of a car. Just the word immediately, maybe as soon as practical. There might need to be software changes, that kind of thing. Yeah. You might need to do several months' worth of testing. Really.
All right, thank you. I think it's fairly clear. Everybody's spoken. I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. Those in... Okay, you can all sit down. I understand what you're wanting. Sit down, please. Thank you. Okay, for those who are in favour, please stand. I'm actually standing, just in case you're wondering. Those against, obviously none.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yep.
Is it a requirement that when you call a division,
Yes.
that you actually stick with the same vote, or do you need to then recall a motion before you can change your vote?
No, basically we're just showing people who voted which way. It's not about redefining the motion. It's just about, it's a technique so people can see who voted which way.
And that's to my point, Mayor. People voted one way when you called the vote, and then another when a division was called. So I'm just saying, do we need to recall a motion if people want to change it?
If you're dissatisfied,
I'm happy to recall it. Yes.
Well, if you want to recall it, you can recall it, and I'll actually put it in the minutes that the motion has been formally recalled, moved by Councillor Chitty and seconded by Councillor Didd.
Sorry, Mayor, it was moved by Councillor Ayard, seconded by...
No. This is about recalling it, Councillor. So the motion is now recalled, and the motion is as put by Councillor Ayard and seconded by Councillor Chitty. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Those against, declare it carried. Thank you. Councillor. The next item's on page 88.
I have a question. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor, what is your question?
Yes, so in relation to EGRO 04 on page 88 and in particular page 89, there's a paragraph. It should be noted that the health check meeting held on 20 November 2019, the Greater Sydney Commission advised the Council's vision for Warwick Farm Precinct is inconsistent with the Greater Sydney Commission adopted Liverpool collaboration area and consequently was a current risk to consistency. Through you to the Planning Minister, I suppose, can you comment further as to what is meant or what we understand is meant by a current risk to consistency, and what, if anything, you're able to say in relation to the likely consequences and outcome of that risk to consistency? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. This has been an ongoing conversation between myself and the Greater Sydney Commission as well as the staff. I've been speaking to our District Commissioner about it. They are well and truly aware of Council's position, and in fact the resolution of tonight we will forward to them straight tomorrow. It's something I will have to go in and attempt to negotiate with them. They understand the complexity of it, and they understand that Council will, direct me to I assume, negotiate with Department of Planning if there continues. I can't give you a firm answer on that because I've asked for a firm answer myself and haven't been given one, as into what would be the consequences should we be unable to come to agreement. So I'll keep councillors informed. I have a meeting with the District Commissioner earlier in the new year to discuss this particular matter.
Thank you.
Can I move a motion, but then I've got some points to discuss and hopefully they can be taken on board without actually wording them?
Yes, certainly. What's your motion?
So really it's pretty much what is, so number one as is, but number two where it says subject to receiving, remove the word subject to receiving, report back to council when and if a formal letter of support is received. So nothing big. Then I've got some questions.
Okay, what are your questions, Councillor?
In relation to page 402, we talk about a 24-hour economy. I just want to ensure that our other things that we're doing, for example, Woodwood Place, where I think we're talking about maybe an 18-hour economy or whatnot, that these big projects that we're looking at doing actually then align to this vision and we start talking 24-hour economy where and if possible on those things. So nothing major or to change there. But then if we go to page... page 430, action 7.2, develop an affordable housing contribution scheme in line with Greater Sydney Commission's requirements of 5 to 10% affordable housing and amend the LEP to that effect. Now, so are we saying we're going to mandate 5 to 10% affordable housing on everything that comes in? Because I'd be concerned with that.
The Greater Sydney Commission's direction, I understand, and Mr Moore and Mr Smith can confirm this for me, is that we should have an affordable housing scheme that does mandate 5 to 10%. We need to do our own scheme. I think there can be some nuancing within that scheme, but there is a clear guidance from the Greater Sydney Commission in relation to affordable housing.
Can I thank the Greater Sydney Commission for their guidance, but if we're amending our LEP, how are we going to mandate in our LEP that you must give 5 to 10%? Because that's what I can read here. And is it on every building? Is it everywhere? Because this says what it says.
I think it may be clumsy wording. We need to develop an affordable housing contribution scheme that needs to acknowledge that the Greater Sydney Commission has detailed that a scheme of 5 to 10% is what they are directing. However, it is Council's LEP, so we will bring the scheme back to Council and you can determine the boundaries around that.
Whilst I support affordable housing, if we mandate it in the LEP, that means everyone's got to do it. Can I suggest, and if it's okay, instead of the word develop, consider an affordable housing contribution. That way we can then actually look at it, and if it works, we can then implement it. Now, page 438, 10.2 refers to Warwick Farm. Given that Council just did what it did with Warwick Farm, do we need to change anything there?
Yeah, I think we'll, before we send this off, we'll update that so it's consistent with the resolution to B4.
Because we're no longer supporting the existing horse training facilities. We're trying to get them out of there.
Yep, that's fine. We'll make sure we amend that. That's obviously now overridden by resolution.
All right. Page 440, 11.2, investigate amendments to LEP to rezone Georges River precinct north of Newbridge Road as mixed-use zone to support the Liverpool CBD Innovation Precinct. Now, have we got anything in front of us, or are we given now the green light? I know it says investigate, but that's not given a signal that we will be going down that path.
It's an investigation again.
Okay.
Have to come to Council.
Yep. No, thank you for that. On page 448, point 4 down the bottom right-hand corner, support the implementation of South Creek Green Grid Corridor. Whilst I'm in support of it, and this came up yesterday in our meeting at Bringelly with residents for the Aerotropolis, where pretty much the government was trying to push the whole South Creek onto Council, and it's our responsibility to clean it up, although they're going to not throw an airport in there, which is great. Put an airport, there's more water running in there. Whilst we support that, how do we ensure that they pick up their fair share, that we're actually going to, will that be in this document, or will that be in the submission document that we're going to be making?
That would be in the submission document to the Western Sydney Aerotropolis plan.
All right, 451, halfway down on the left-hand side, support the take-up of electric vehicles. How are we going to support that? Are we going to give discounts to people that buy? And I'm not being smart here.
We actually discussed this at a previous council meeting. Oh, Councillor Haggerty's left the room.
Charging stations.
Charging stations, yes. So it would be the mechanisms and levers that we have control over.
All right. So yes, I know we've discussed charging station, but this is saying electric vehicles. Case complaints to the motor consist right farm policy. And sorry, one more, page 453, 16.2. We talk about investigating placemaking opportunities in relation to London, including addressing transition and development controls from Liverpool LGA to Penrith LGA. And again, from last night's meeting, can we also add in there Camden LGA, please?
Yes, we certainly can. And in fact, that now, actually, we should have picked that up ourselves because the precinct, Leppington precinct, has just been returned to Camden Council for planning. So it's actually got more import now that we do that. So, David, can you make sure we make that change?
With that, happy to move it, and then Councillor Rhodes, sorry.
I second it.
I have
Thank
one
you, Councillor Did. Yes, Councillor Rhodes.
Just in regards that the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct is going to be identified as to the new boundaries as discussed tonight, and is the River Precinct, being Moore Point and Hargrave Park, going to be identified in the LSPS?
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Through the CEO, on page 406 of the book, it is identified in the red area to the south of the river. So on the structure plan map, it's identified there.
And that will be called the River Precinct, is that correct?
It's called Moore Point. That's its name, but its name can be changed to whatever council.
And can that also include the Hargrave Park?
Hargrave Park is to the north of the Warwick Farm Precinct. So on page 406, the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct, subject to the resolution of council earlier tonight, is identified for mixed use. The purple to the north is the pink to the north is identified as Hargrave Park, and then down to the south of the river, is the Moore Point area, or you could call it the river.
Okay, we know that's the way that it's showing at the moment. The question is, after the resolution that we passed tonight, will there be a river precinct that includes Moore Point and Hargrave Park be identified in the LSPS? And, as we've already agreed, that the Warwick Farm Racing Precinct will be identified as above Shrievener Street, across to Governor Macquarie Drive and the Hume Highway, as was in the motion.
I think it's consistent with the resolution, but we'll make sure that we go through the resolution clearly and make sure there's consistency.
Thank you, Councillor. We have the motion as moved by Councillor Chitty and seconded by Councillor Head.
Can I ask a question in regard of the $1 million for acquisition of the road, the bypass at Warwick Farm? I believe once you shift it to the general fund,
yeah, that's correct.
Have you put it back in the reserve or it's still there?
It's sitting in reserve. It can come back at any stage.
It's in reserve.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have
just one more thing, Madam Mayor. The thing that I just spoke about, can that be included up there somewhere so that we identify that it was mentioned as a point that the LSPS is to identify those two precincts?
It will have to anyway, Councillor, so I think it's a redundant question. The CEO made it clear...
well, considering that, with all due respect, Madam Mayor, but considering that it is not shown that way at the moment...
Councillor, a resolution was moved this evening. The staff will look at that resolution and they will actually adapt the plan that is before you. I believe it's redundant and I think it's on the verge of being slightly, what would be the right word?
Pedantic?
But yeah, that's probably the safest.
Happy to help you out, Madam Mayor, but I
Thank
would
you.
like to be pedantic on this matter.
Well, Councillor, I think you're being a little bit over the top because the matter has been explained to you more than once this evening. It will be the matter will be put before that report. The report will be altered. The areas as discussed and the resolution that has been agreed to will make changes to the document. And I don't think we need to go any further. Now, we're moving on. We have a motion before us. Councillor Chitty's moved and Councillor Did seconded.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yes.
There's some words in there that endorses the planning and then change the icon wording. Is that something that...
My apology, councillors. We made a typographical error in the document that stands before you. It's actually, it sounds ridiculous. We missed the word "and," but it's actually quite a significant "and." It would have changed zoning that you've already done. So we thought, for the purposes of clarity, we'll tidy it up at this point in time. Yep.
All right, so I'm fine with that, but then I don't think number 2 was changed, which says report back to council when we receive...
Can you change... Mr Georgiakis, number 3...
Sorry, number 3.
Report back to council upon receiving...
Yes, yeah, sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried with one person voting against it, and that was Councillor Shelton, for the record. I'm not picking on Councillor Shelton, it's a planning matter. The next item's on page 97.
I would like to move that way, but, and I'll be very careful with my wording, can this be implemented with the same process we implemented the new parking machines? If you catch my drift?
Where there's an education campaign for 30 days.
Yes, it could be, yes.
Good night, Scouts.
And I'm happy to second the motion that Councillor Rhodes and myself put up initially for this report.
Yep. So, right, so moved by Councillor Haggerty and seconded by Councillor Chitty that we implement the same process that was entered into for the parking meters, and that the recommendation on page 97 to stand, Councillor Haggerty? Okay. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Next item's on page 107.
I'll second. I'll
Move.
Madam Mayor.
Hold on. I'm taking that as several movers.
I'll move that, Mayor.
I'll second, Madam.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Chitty and seconded by Councillor Ayard. Is there any opposition?
Just if Councillor Haggerty want to add anything to a motion that he moved that we're now taking?
Oh, look, I'd like to thank council staff for their hard work on this. For far too long, we've been getting complaints about this. That, you know, it's too narrow to park on the street. It's too narrow to you park on the verge, you get fined. I almost weekly, if not daily, I get complaints about this. We've made sure that moving forward, we fix it in Austral and Leppington by having wide streets. What a crazy idea! Retroactively, we're now going to fix streets in the CBD. I think it's a planning failure from the past, but as the current leaders of this council, we've taken a leadership position and we're fixing up what is a pain in the backside for many residents.
Thank you for the anatomy lesson. The next, okay.
Mayor, can I just, sorry,
Yep.
as the mover, sorry, and I do apologise, I got ahead of myself just doing that. Point 3 on that, if you don't mind.
If the mover agrees to it, but we need to hear, you
That was
are
me-
the mover.
Well, I was the mover, so you got one down.
What is the point 3?
Point 3 provides an education plan until the end of February 2020. 2 residents parking on verges.
Okay, thank you.
So we just want to educate our residents just a little bit more in relation to that, and especially over Christmas period, that we just educate them that they're doing the wrong thing.
I understand. Any opposition? Yes, Councillor Rhodes.
Madam Mayor, can I don't know whether we can do this without it going into confidential, but would it be possible that whilst we're doing the education program, that we not execute fines to give them that opportunity to be educated?
Well, you could actually put as a part 3 that no fines be issued until February 2020.
Just a question, Madam Mayor. I'm not necessarily...
But if the mover doesn't agree with it, then...
It's Mayor, it's not about agreement. I'll move it that fines don't get issued till 2030 if it's okay. But I think we've asked this before, and I don't believe we can direct the CEO to not issue fines. We can direct the CEO to do an education program.
Yeah, the verge is illegal. Yeah. The verge is illegal. We have actually not fined people in regards to the parking meters, so you've set the precedent there, Councillor. So while the education period was on. So this is an education period. So I would suggest, given that precedents had been set, Councillor, you can probably request that while the education program is in progress, that fines don't be issued. But it's February 2020, which I have to say is not that far away.
Can we include in that education program education to the posties so they don't get collected by a parked car when they're trying to deliver the mail?
No, I think that wouldn't be our responsibility. Okay, I think it's pretty clear Are you happy with that move?
Mayor, I just heard from you that February 2020 is only just around the corner. I'm happy to go to June if you want.
No, February 2020, because that's when the educational program ceases. Okay, so I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Page 118 is our next item.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I understand this.
We're doing the same thing with the parking meters. I know. I'm sorry, councillors. What was that? Everybody moving?
I'll move the updated motion that was circulated earlier today.
Okay, thank you.
Our apologies for that, councillors.
I'll second that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor. Any opposition?
No, I just thought I'd talk for
Okay.
a while, just to give everyone a break from Councillor Cheaty's voice. I thought I'd talk for a little bit.
Councillor,
Yeah,
that is
I withdraw.
unnecessary.
I withdraw.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
I withdraw.
I'd already
Madam
said
Mayor.
that was unnecessary. Thank you, councillor.
Madam Mayor,
Now,
Yes.
if I may, I just want to clarify the one that now has been put to the floor was sent. It's to earlier today. I've missed it. So this is basically to re-exhibit the contribution plans for Austral and Leppington. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So can you clarify to me what a re-exhibition would actually mean?
Basically, we'd put it back out on public exhibition for public comment again.
For how long?
Sorry? 28 days, statutory minimum. Actually, we might put it on for a little bit longer because of the Christmas period, but we're required for a statutory minimum.
Okay, thank you.
I did have a genuine question.
Yes, councillor, what is your question?
This will include my wide streets, yes?
It will include everything we're required to include in it. I have to take on notice your wide streets.
Okay, is there any opposition?
And I had a question.
Yes, councillor.
During the exhibition period, exhibition period that just lapsed, were there any submissions that need to be kind of brought back for the re-exhibition?
We'll make sure we bring back the whole report back to you that time, next time, yes.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, councillor Rhodes.
In this, I mean, does that area have infrastructure out there? Like is that provided with developments? Like water services and stuff like that? I've been told that there's a lot of subdivisions with large retention basins, and that's going to create mosquito problems. Has that been addressed by anybody? Please, I don't know.
There's significant amount of infrastructure that's required in a greenfields area. Retention basins is one of them. One of the things that council collects for in its development contribution scheme is to do larger retention basins like Basin 14, which then allows the developers to release that parcel of land they've been holding as a retention basin for sale onto the market. One of the things that council has been doing is trying to make sure that the scheme is correct for the needs out there. That's why we've redone the scheme, in part to resolve some issues that were looking to be quite expensive, such as bridge infrastructure and so on. But you are correct. There are a number of retention basins out there at the moment that are held by developers, and council over time will take responsibility for the retention of water.
Okay. Yes, councillor Did.
So the question is now, how we can approve subdivision if there is no proper infrastructures?
Well, I'm going to say something here. We were very concerned about the lack of infrastructure out in that area. We actually got legal advice and basically tried to take it to court.
Okay.
And my understanding is we failed, and that the developers were allowed to continue to do what they're doing, and we had no power over it.
Okay, that's
Okay.
the
So we've done everything in our power to assist and protect the residents. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to progress where
Okay,
we'd
so
like
we
to.
are out of it. No one in the future can legally, chase
Well,
us
unfortunately,
if
we don't have powers over everything, councillor, I'm
Well,
afraid.
that's fine.
Okay,
May-
I'm going
if
to
I
put it.
may,
Those in favour, those against, nobody against. Just making sure you're for. Okay. All right. Next item's on page 125.
Move the recommendation, Madam Mayor.
I'll
Thank you,
move, Madam
councillor
Mayor.
Did.
I'll second, Madam Mayor.
Seconded. We've had several seconders. There was councillor Hall. Any opposition?
I have a question.
Yes.
Yes, how much would this increase the density in Pleasure Point by?
Mr Moore, are you able to answer that question?
I
Through the CEO, I will, by saying simply a very little, I think it increases it by one additional lot. So where there would have been 4 lots, I think it's 5 lots. But Mr. Smith, can you expand on that?
Yep. So through the CEO, on page 127 of the report, there's a dwelling density map that's provided down the bottom with some red outlines around the lots that would be impacted by this. So where you see the 4s, it'll change to 5. So there would be effectively 1, 2, 3, an additional 4 lots in that area. Does that help?
20%?
Just in relation to the sort of longer term vision for Pleasure Point, is there, I don't know whether to call it risk, but is there an idea that this will potentially be replicated across other lots in Pleasure Point as well?
Through the CEO. No, I don't think so. In fact, this is really just, this is a change to regularise a pattern of development that's already been happening there. So the interpretation of one of the clauses in the LEP was called out by the planning panel when a development application was put to them, and we've had to, they were right, so we've had to correct or regularise the planning law to make sure we weren't continuing with a pattern of development that was already happening in that area. So I don't think there's any reason that, you know, this relatively minor increase in density would creep into other areas.
I guess my underlying concern is, like, for example, in Voyager Point, where you have had a significant increase in density, there still is a single entry and exit point into that development, and there's a similar arrangement with Pleasure Point. So is there, you know, down the track an idea that there will be more if the density increases, more like an alternative entry and exit point if the density increases? That's what I was getting at.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to put it. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried unanimously. Next item's on page 137.
Happy to move with a question and alteration, possible alteration
yes,
or
Councillor.
addition.
What's your question?
The question is, the way that I read this recommendation as put means that we have a selected group that have proven that they've got the qualities which are relevant, and I have no problem with that. My question is, we're a growing city and we're going to get new providers coming into the area. Do we go through a procedural motion of re-tendering to get people given the opportunity to go onto that selective list?
We're proposing that this panel stands for 5 years, and at that point we would go out and re-tender again. Tendering is a expensive and time-consuming process. I think 5 years is a relatively reasonable amount of time to hold a list open.
5 years? Yes, okay, I'm happy to stay with that.
I'll second it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So I have a question.
Wait, hold on. So moved by Councillor Rhodes and seconded by Councillor Sheldon. Yes, Councillor Haggerty.
So I think to Councillor Rhodes' question, what if a wonderful new dairy farmer comes by down the road? Is it easy enough to add supplies to this if they fit that criteria? Yummy, local.
We would have to bring it back to council again for you. We can certainly do that, but that would be the way to do it.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, 2 things if I can. One, I've had a request from someone who's watching, if you can actually call the item number as well as the page number, just so that they can follow it, our lovely residents.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, in relation to this item, are we allowed to have Councillor Shelton taste test just to ensure that...
Point of order. I'd like to taste test as well.
Moving on, we have the item before us on page 137, and it's moved and seconded. I'm going to put it. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it unanimous. Next item's on page 141,2.
And I have a motion, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Rhodes.
The motion that I would like to put is that that Council provide a briefing meeting where Local Government New South Wales can present their integrated age-friendly toolkit, and the University of New South Wales can address on the changing needs of local government in providing for the age. Will I talk to the motion, Madam Mayor?
Well, what is your motion?
That was the motion.
Oh, that is the motion. I
Yep.
thought you were talking, sorry. Okay, yep, you can...
Madam Mayor, I'll second that if the words that those bodies be invited to.
Of course, accept that.
And on that basis, I seconded. Thank you.
Yep. Okay then, speak to your motion, Councillor.
Okay, Madam Mayor, look, I really do appreciate the report back from Council on this, and I thank them very, very much. And I am in a complete agreement that Council does everything that it possibly can to have these matters addressed, and yet, you know, we still have situations where it's slipped through the, slipped through the net, and we did have a situation where there was something that Council had proposed and was passed, and the aged people had a lot of difficulty in having their voices heard, and they in fact tried to give their voice to Council, and they were denied that opportunity. So I really think that it is important for us to consider the aged people. I'm really pleased to hear that Council is currently participating in a research project conducted by the University of New South Wales, and I think that would be great interest to have a briefing on that so that we can become more engaged on ways that we can engage with the aged sector. My difficulty is that although we have it written into all parts of documentation within the Liverpool Council's strategies, you know, we do a lot for, say, child... In parks, we put in lots of things to entertain the children, but do we do anything like that for the aged? I don't think so. We advocate for a walkable city, but is that discrimination against the aged who might have more difficulty with doing that? I'm only bringing this up as possible avenues to be explored.
Point of order.
And
yes, what's your point of order, Councillor?
Oh, that's a very serious accusation. Discrimination against the elderly, given we have seniors concert, we got that fit walk stuff. It's a very accessible city where people who have troubles walking, they might need a little walking stick.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do. You seem to get around all right. Yeah. Sorry. Not saying that you're an elderly person, but I'm just saying people, oh, geez, I've really walked into that one, haven't I?
Thin ice, Councillor.
Yeah. We all seem to be able to get around quite well.
We,
all of us, old, young. I'll stop.
I think you better stop, but I think, Councillor...
I'm asking questions, Madam Mayor.
Well,
I'm not
I think your questions are turning into a bit of a discussion. Can we just... A question is to be asked in a succinct fashion.
Well, I'm
that
asking...
Ask the question and then move on.
Well, I've asked that question, okay. Just that, Council, are we considering it fully on these different matters? It's not accusing Council of not doing it. It's just that, do we have to make sure that we are referring to these things in the Council documents on all occasions? Yes, I agree that Council has got it in all the documents. Council does talk the talk, but we've just got to underline to make sure that we walk the talk on all occasions as well. That is all. So that's why I put forward this motion, which is simply to provide a briefing so that we understand what we should be considering.
Thank you, Councillor. I think you would have been better off starting there and finishing there. Okay, I think everybody's clear.
I just had a further kind of consideration just to add to the mix. I know that a lot of the engagement activities that Council undertakes in relation to our ageing population is sort of open to all, but I know that there is not a lot of engagement from older people of culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. And I note that this report sort of addresses sort of engagement in that area. And there's also a range of aged care homes specifically catering to people of, specific...
Certain culture.
Exactly right. Background. So I really would like to see, us think about how we engage with older people from different cultural backgrounds, perhaps with linguistic issues as well. And I think also in terms of drawing on these results, it would also be relevant to engage with perhaps Multicultural New South Wales to identify, what work is being done on that front in terms of older people.
Okay, well, I'm taking you as speaking for the motion. We've had speakers for the motion. I'm going to put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 148, and it's Corpo 1.
I have a question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, certainly.
This was a motion that came up at the Local Government of New South Wales conference and was endorsed in that they are looking for a single source software solution for the whole of New South Wales. The question is Council engaging with Local Government New South Wales? And I believe that West Rock itself has been engaged on this particular matter as well. So the question that I have is firstly that, have we engaged with these people that are working on behalf of the local government office to bring in a single software solution for the whole state of New South Wales? Because there's obvious advantages if we all use the same software. So that's basically my question.
Mr White, could you please answer?
Through the CEO, yes. I'd like to think that Liverpool is actually a big reason why that push is actually happening. We've been pushing for this for at least 2 years, and to the point where we've made representations with state government officials and other councils trying to push this exact thing. Absolutely agree that it would be fantastic if we could coordinate the efforts of all New South Wales councils toward a single solution. Unfortunately, there's been no shared will until recently to progress such an initiative, which is why we've gone down this path. However, it would be great to see if everyone was on the same system. However, noting that Wesrock and LG New South Wales have been pushing this more recently, our intention here is to build into the request for proposal essentially a trapdoor clause that will give us an opportunity to exit out of the contract in the event that there is a unified approach that is agreed to by the councils and the office. So that's something that we're already incorporating into the tender documents just in case that happens.
So it has been considered, and we are covering our bases so that if there is a universal solution for the whole of New South Wales, we would stop this.
Councillor, the answer, you got it. Thank you. I'm
Just
sorry.
clarifying, Madam Mayor.
No, well, I'm sorry, everybody got it, but apparently you didn't.
Sorry.
But anyway.
Question.
Point of order,
Councillor
Madam
Chitty,
Mayor.
There isn't a point of order. You have had the explanation, Councillor. Councillor Chitty, you asked.
I believe that I have a right to clarify.
You weren't clarifying. You were actually
I was
affirming.
just clarifying
You were
that
affirming.
it has been taken.
You were affirming.
Or affirming. Don't I have that right?
Listen, this is a meeting, not for you to sit there and ask questions upon questions. When you get the answers, you don't hear them, and then you ask the same question again.
It was an important question, Madam Mayor.
You
I
have
just
asked
wanted
it.
to-
It has been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Councillor
Mayor.
Chitty.
Just following on comments made by the director, so if we do move to a software, which is probably going to be, could be a cost there, with a get-out clause, is there then another cost if in the next 12, 18 months, is it worthwhile maybe investigating a little bit more what they are going to do? And if we find it's going to take forever, we then proceed. Just saves us chopping and changing software.
Mr White, could you please answer?
So through the CEO, that's a valid concern. The primary cost around moving to a new system is around the data cleansing and quality assurance and unifying the data into a single data set that will be something that can feed into the new system. That's an exercise that's going to be necessary regardless of which system you go to. And whilst the final format of a single cleansed data set might be different if you move to a new system, my thought is that you would have performed 80 to 90% of the work. So a lot of the work will be undertaken as part of the move to any single source system in terms of narrowing down your data sets, cleansing them and making them compatible with that system. So we still believe that it's a good opportunity for council to get a head start on this. And in addition to that, I'm almost certain that if the sector goes down a single source provider pathway, it will be one of these three providers, and we'd like to think that we'd be reasonably well equipped to choose the right one, but it's possible we might choose a different one.
Sorry, sorry if I can, the e-plan, and I'm sure, about data. Are we talking about records data, or are we talking about data of some other sort? I just want to clarify the point of, in relation to, I mean, when the chambers burnt down, we said we lost a lot of records, for example, and we can't find it. With the e-planning system currently, let's say historic DAs, it has a DA number, and there's a chance that that file is in storage somewhere. As part of our cleansing and data and everything else, will we look at the e-planning system, identify what files we do and don't have, and, sorry, just to throw this question out, did we end up ever finding out what we lost data-wise in the, and it's something you might not be able to answer?
Yeah, Mr. White, please.
So through the CEO, you've just asked me a lot of questions around data. I could speak for hours on that. Let me try and summarise. Every system has its own data set right now. So what we're talking about, if you look at page 149, for example, there are 4 key systems listed there, all 4 of which have their own data set. In addition to that, you have a Content Manager, which is our document management system. All the documents, all the letters, all the plans, all the DAs, everything that comes into council gets lodged into that system in electronic form. So it has more data that underpins it that enables us to get those documents back and retrieve them on a staff member's desktop. So if we move to a new document management system in a single source environment, then we will need not to redo all those documents. Those letters in PDF form, they're all still there, right? But what we will need to do is the metadata that enables you to search them, okay? So that the data that sits under that document that says this is a letter from Councillor Hachidi dated 30 June 2018 concerning DA 123456. That is something that sits within the system that enables you to search it and find that document. That's the sort of data that we're going to need to go through, cleanse and recategorise so that it can point the right place in the new system. And we're going to have to do that for all our systems. Finance, e-planning's another one. We talked about our human resources system. So it's a huge exercise then to bring that down into one comprehensive data set that's then quality assessed and can work well in a new system environment.
So what you're saying, and just to clarify, just joking. That's it.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Can I strongly advise that we don't move, in New South Wales at least, to a single software solution. We move to a single data standard. The moment everyone gets onto the same system, they've got a monopoly, they jack the price up. It would be much wiser to work to a single data standard with all 3 software producers so that they're able to very easily talk to each other and you have a competitive market.
That's a good point, Councillor.
So how do we incorporate that good point into what we have before us, councillors?
And Madam Mayor, I point out that I've moved that motion with a question and possible.
Oh, you're moving?
I had moved it when I first spoke.
I didn't hear you, Councillor Rhodes, but there you go.
That council work with LG New South Wales and relevant bodies and the software providers to develop a single software standard,
data standard.
Data standard.
I would suggest you just say council advocate for, because I can't guarantee that they'll...
Advocate, yeah, whatever, yep.
So that'll be a part E. Yep. Have we got a seconder for the motion?
I'm happy to accept that.
Thank you, councillor. Got a seconder? Thank you, councillor Hall. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 154, Corpo 2.
Move that way.
Thank you, councillor Haggerty. Thank you, councillor Balut. Any opposition?
Madam Mayor,
those in favour?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sorry.
I just have a quick, very brief question.
Right.
So with this one, like erosion and sediment control policy, so would that fall under somewhere else in another policy? Because especially with the properties near the river and at the parks near the river and things like that, we have quite a bit of erosion going on there.
The answer is yes.
Okay, so all of these would be covered in different areas?
The erosion and sediment is in the DCP.
Okay, how about the hoardings and development engineering?
They will be standards that will sit with the CEO.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 157.
I'll move that way, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Caliendo. Seconded.
Second that, Mayor.
Thank you, councillor.
Just a question. Hold on, let me pull it up. Could council's attendance be misinterpreted as supporting people opposed to the Woodwood Place proposal by attending and giving them additional information, support and convenience to make a submission that council does not offer to the broader residents of Liverpool?
What?
Wow.
Translate into English, I think.
I'm just going off, I think it's question with notice 17 later in the thing, but rather than applying that to the residents of Parkbridge, I'm applying it to the residents of Woodwood Park.
Okay, so what you're asking is, are they getting any advantage?
To be honest, I don't know what it's asking. I'm just reiterating the last question on
Okay, thank you,
QN 17.
Can I just ask a question as well, so that you
Yes,
might answer
Councillor.
both times? And by endorsing the blueprint, which I presume is one plan, I must give my apology because I was unfortunately not available to go to the planning thing of that. Is that saying that we endorse one particular plan out of the all the things, or we're putting up the lot and they've got to make a decision?
There was a collection that we all decided needed to be a mix.
A mix.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 163.
I have a motion for this, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
Just a minute.
Sorry, I gave it to
Okay.
Susan, so it should come up on the screen soon.
Councillor, did you have a question or something?
Well, first of all, in regard of the report, well, thank you very much for this report, but I believe that's not what we have asked for from the beginning when we moved the motion. So we were not talking about like utilized and used community center. The motion we have moved a few months ago, we're talking about a vacant, not a vacant land, about like what is called surplus land, not used, not utilized. And it cost us a lot of money to maintain it over the years. And especially the council has now a proposal to do anything with it. That's the motion we have moved before. We were not talking about community center, it's used and utilized. Thank you.
Is your motion?
Therefore, if I can put an
Hold
end.
on. Well, hold that thought. Councillor,
Madam Mayor, my motion is before the councillors. I'd also, just in number 4, if I may, I'd like it to be noted that this block is approximately 550 square metres. It's quite small, so if that could also be noted. I mean, it's approximately that. Could be a little bit more, a little bit less.
Yeah, it's a pocket park, yep.
Yeah, and I think that my motion is self-explanatory. So this is basically a block on Box Road. It's empty. It's surrounded by houses. It's quite small. It's got houses behind it also, and the land slopes quite dramatically. So I'd like to know what else we could do with this land, because I know it was resolved to turn into a park, which hasn't been done.
Okay.
So I'd like to see what we can do.
Can I also suggest, though, that you do note the report as well?
Yeah, I'm happy with that,
you.
Madam Mayor.
Just a small addition. I was going. Sorry, just
Councillor Caliendo, you have the call.
Yes, thank you. I was going to second this motion, but also include the word community before use. Yeah.
Okay.
Point 3. Request further report in relation to the only unused and unutilized land.
Okay, maybe we
To report back to us.
could we add that as another point? Maybe make it a point 6.
The council unutilised land be considered only.
Yeah. So basically, things similar to 22 Box Road, I suppose.
Yep. Land, not plan.
Can I request that before we send council staff off for several months and spend ratepayers' money doing a report, that we have a meeting with Councillor Hadid and potentially Councillor Shelton, who raised the original motion, to make sure we don't go off and waste 3 or 4 months' worth of effort on something they didn't ask for?
Actually, on that note, could we maybe, rather than have new reports done, receive and note the report, can we have any information, rather than number 2, can we just have, sorry, I'll take that back, leave number 2 as is, but can we have any reports that were given to councillors in the previous term when this motion was originally moved.
But you will probably need to have some sort of briefing, because otherwise everybody's sitting in their lounge room with a separate piece of paper. So I would suggest what you do is that receives a notes report and has a further briefing and make available all reports regarding land usage that is underutilised. And that way you get it all done in one hit.
Yeah.
And pick up on everybody's...
That'd be great, Madam Mayor, but really my motion is more specific.
I know that it is, but
to this actual location.
Yeah, but if you can leave that in, that's fine, but then we've got a report that's actually more global.
Okay, and can we put a timeline on this?
If you wish. When would you like the briefing done? Remember, though, that council staff have to find all the reports.
March.
March, okay.
March 2020?
Yeah, well, why don't you say receives a notes report, has a further briefing in March and to 2020 and makes available all reports regarding the land usage. Okay.
I'm happy with that, but just I want to know, with the briefing session, does that mean the residents are made aware beforehand or afterwards?
Well, there's two issues. Councillors need to be made aware, and then we need to we might have to have a strategy in what we do about it. People are saying they want to be briefed, so let's get the councillors briefed and then we can make a decision about what we do with the community.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder.
Sorry, just to...
Hold on,
maybe
seconder.
it's a point of order, I don't know.
Hold on a minute, hold that thought. I want a seconder. Seconder to this motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Caliander. Yes, Councillor Haggerty, what is your point of order?
Just for my purpose, is this the item that you raised the conflict of interest on?
Yes, thank you for reminding me, Madam Mayor. If I may, this was in regards to my declaration of interest, which is non-pecuniary less than significant, but I just had to tweak the motion, which I have done now.
Okay.
So my interest is that I used to actually live on Box Road. I used to own a property there. I no longer own that property.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 169. It's Inf 01.
I'll move it as it appears in the book.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I've got a motion, Madam Mayor.
You've got a foreshadowed motion, Councillor.
You're too slow.
I'm too slow.
Now, Councillor Sheldon, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thanks. It's quite self-explanatory.
Councillor Caliander, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, in the interest of brevity, I think we're fine.
Okay. Does anybody wish to speak to this motion that's in the book?
Well, I would, Madam Mayor, but
Go
it's
ahead.
not against the motion, it's adding things to it, but it might go...
Speak to the motion then, Councillor.
And then we'll discuss whether
We'll
it's a
see how we
foreshadow
go.
motion.
We'll see how we go.
Okay, the motion is that Council receives and notes the report. 1. 2. Directs the CEO to write to Sutherland Council and thank them for their letter of support and invite them to join Liverpool Council to continue to lobby the Department of Defence on the protection of koalas in our area. And 4. To engage with Featherdale Wildlife Park and other interested similar providers and the Western Sydney Parklands to initiate discussions that could deliver a tourist attraction into the Liverpool LGA that could also provide a koala hospital sanctuary. And 5, report back to the March 2020 Council meeting on the results of engagement to deliver a koala sanctuary into the Liverpool LGA.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just ask if Councillor Shelton and Councillor Caliander are happy to take all those points.
Madam Mayor, for my part, I won't consent to it the way it is, but in relation to paragraph 4, if the words to engage with Featherdale Wildlife Park and other interested similar providers in the Western Sydney Parklands to initiate discussions...
initiate discussions?
Yeah, initiate discussions, generally delete the rest. And in relation to number 5, report back to the March 2020 Council meeting on the results of engagement, full stop.
Okay.
No, Madam Mayor, it's a foreshadow motion then.
Okay then, no worries. Are you happy to leave those in, Councillor Sheldon?
No, I'm only happy to leave it the way I was suggesting, and if that's unacceptable to Council Rhodes, then it's just that the recommendation be adopted.
Yes, we have the seconder. Are you happy with the changes to the motion, Councillor Caliander? Yes. She's saying yes with a smile on her face. Okay, I think we've got the gist. I'm going to put the motion as moved by Councillor Sheldon and seconded by Councillor Caliander. Those in favour? 2, 3. Those against? Okay, the motion fails. Councillor,
It failed. Can we?
foreshadowed motion.
Now you put your motion.
Okay.
Moved by.
I'm happy to second Councillor Caliander's motion, Mayor.
Councillor Rhodes's motion.
sorry, Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Rhodes, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I think it's self-explanatory, Madam Mayor. It is something that I'm very passionate about.
Okay, then I'm going to put it. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. Next item's on page 174, Info 2. We don't need to do the name.
Move that way.
Madam Mayor, I just have a question regarding this.
Yes, certainly.
I know that Gas Corp Orange Grove in the VPA paid $100,000 for trees. I want to clarify, has this been used and where were the trees planted?
Okay.
I'll have to take that on notice, Councillor.
Okay. Also, something I want to bring to Council's attention, there was a resolution of Council in last term that magnolias no longer be planted in Liverpool CBD. These trees clearly do not flourish in Liverpool. They're gorgeous trees, but they just don't flourish here. They don't grow, they look ridiculous, they hardly flower, and the resolution hasn't really been honoured. So there was some recently planted across from the paper mill. I mean, they are beautiful, but they're not going to flourish there. And I just ask that the resolution of council be upheld by management, please, and they no longer be planted. I mean, I don't want those ones pulled out. They're planted there now. They're quite mature trees. But yeah, they just don't flourish, even throughout the city centre. So if that could be honoured and upheld, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, so I had deciduous trees in there and it sort of escaped too. Councillor Haggerty, you moved, seconded? Yes. No, you can't do it
I'll
twice.
second.
Thank you. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item is on page 181, it's committee reports.
And I move that they be considered as a whole.
Mayor, can I pull out the traffic committee minutes, please?
Okay, with the exception of those, I'm happy to consider them as a whole. So
I'll second that.
So moved by Councillor Caliander and seconded by Councillor Rhodes. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, carried. Next item is 208.
And Mayor, I suppose the question and consideration for council, in here it states to remove, I think it's about 10 spots in relation to Go Get, and the presentation they made to the strategic panel. Whilst I don't have an issue with the scheme, my concern is we keep talking about parking, and yes, this could improve because we're using now this scheme and helps people out and everything else. But if we're taking 10 spots away from residents, are they at a cost to Go Get or are they for free to Go Get?
Mr. Waifi, can I ask you to speak to that question? Through you, CEO, at the traffic committee meeting, this issue was discussed. The first 12 months is a trial. After that, if the scheme is to continue, then there will be a charge. Parramatta City Council, Central Sydney, they all charge for parking spots. So the first 12 months, the trial, the arrangement was that it's not going to be charged, but after that, there will be a charge which will be included in the fees and charges.
So why aren't we charging? I know it's a trial and we need trials, but why isn't it just a charge from day one? It is a organisation. They will benefit. It's a detriment to the ratepayer. There's less parking spot. Our budget is going to suffer a loss because we've got 10 spots at $2 an hour over how many hours? So why aren't we just charging them from day one? And if it works, it works financially. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
I'm not being privy to the discussion at the committee. My assumption would be it's done as a trial to ensure that somebody can actually run a car parking scheme in Liverpool, or car share scheme, I'm sorry, in Liverpool, and that there is some risk attached to any company that chooses to come in. And note that these spaces are designated car share. They're not just for Go-Get. If another company chose to come in, yeah, just to make that clear, yeah. So that's the reasoning, I believe, Mr. Ife, is that correct?
CEO, that's correct. And a number of the spaces are not all the spaces are in the Liverpool city centre. Some of them are elsewhere, where at the moment we have unrestricted parking.
Okay, thank you. Would someone like to move the adoption?
I would like to move the adoption of the minutes as per the motion as per the book.
Yes.
And I'd just like to speak briefly to it if I can.
Can I get a seconder, please? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Cunnib. Yes, Councillor.
So we discussed that exact thing as Charles said in the traffic committee. We actually reduced the number they asked for and where they were putting them. They basically wanted them in prime spot and wanted what is effectively free billboards in the CBD. So we have considered that, we discussed it, we reduced the number of them, and we also encourage them to go find parking spots that aren't on prominent places. So perhaps in Warren Street Serviceway, perhaps in the Westfields. And we also sort of encourage staff to go off and have a chat with places like Parramatta Council, City of Sydney, where else it's going on, and say, how have you guys structured it? How does the pricing work? Where have you allowed them? How many? Where haven't you allowed them? Pros, cons, and that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. We're going to have a 5-minute break. I noticed that we're missing the first cab off the rank, so we might go to... No, we're missing 2 cabs off the rank. We might go to... Yeah, we've got a quorum. It's just 2 questions are here. Oh, no, 3 cabs off the rank. Well, gee, hold on. Well, we'll go down and I'll just do this one. We'll do question 12, which is Councillor Rhodes, which is on page 271, because she's present in the room.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I did have a question put to me by a council staff that wanted clarification about the reports for, like the external reports, and which ones I would like to do. So what I would like to do is move a motion that will possibly explain what the intention was. So the motion, and I'm not sure if it can come up, but the motion is that Council 1 identifies and lists all the external reports identified as a council expense in the annual budgets since 2015, and then maintains the list on an ongoing basis as external reports are received by Council. And 3, the list to provide the Council information that identifies A, the Council department responsible, the brief for the report, or if it's considered to be confidential, of course we won't be able to probably get them. But you could tell us why it's confidential, and the cost of each report, and the date the Council requested the report. The reason being for this is if we had a data system like that, because half the time councils aren't even aware, councillors, sorry, aren't even aware that councils have commissioned a report. And so therefore we don't know what to ask for half the time. But if we had a database and a data thing that was provided to councils on the council intranet, it's something that we could refer to, and then, if we need it, then ask for a copy of that report.
No. Councillor, I'm just going to say this, when we do anything at council, we usually get a costing before anything happens, and I can tell you what you're asking for is going to be a very, very time-consuming and expensive exercise. I appreciate what you're saying, but I would say to you as an experienced councillor, quite often reports are actually compiled that we'll never see because it's none of our business, basically. It's about the just day-to-day functioning of the council, and that's where we don't have that operational responsibility. But I'd be a bit concerned about this and the nature of the cost of it, to be frank. I understand what you're trying to do, and I'm not having a go in over that, but I think there probably needs to be some thought about how we achieve what you want without the expense that it will incur.
Can we just...
Sorry.
I guess can we just take number 1, number 2, and basically just upload all reports, which don't breach confidentiality to the intranet. That's it.
To the intranet.
Yeah. So I think we sort of drop 3, but we just put all the reports up on the intranet.
Hold on, we're just getting some advice.
So would there be a problem with the council department? Because if we do see something that we think that, well, we should really know what is going on there, we'd know which department to...
CEO wishes to make a comment.
Can I suggest, Councillor, I understand what you're asking for, and I also fully and completely respect the right of councillors to have any information that helps them make a good decision. However, many reports which are commissioned by council are to do with matters that are entirely operational and would never come to council. They might be a condition report for a building, for instance, and there are many, many, many of those. There are 2 possible ways you could cut this that gives you what I believe you want without burdening a system and also potentially arising for perception that councillors are interfering in operational matters. you could ask for all the reports that have been paid for under the consultant's budget line, because I would say that a fair proportion of those, if not all of those, would relate to matters that are determined by council. Or alternatively, you could ask for all reports that are in relation to matters that are determined by council. And that may pick up some that didn't get picked up by the consultant's line and take out others by the consultant's line. It's still going to be a piece of work for somebody to sit and go back through every council report and then go through the organisation. I would ideally ask council's willingness to consider that we did this going forward rather than attempt to do it retrospectively for the reasons that the Mayor dictated. But you can give me that direction. I just think I can't see the benefit in the councillors getting a report on the, locksmith situation down the depot. We have many reports of that nature. There are also reports that are confidential in the sense that they refer to staffing matters as well that you would not be privy to. So I would suggest it's either consultants' reports or reports that relate to matters to be determined by council. And I beg of you, although I accept that that may not be the case, that we could do this going forward rather than retrospectively.
Thank you for that advice. What I would suggest that we do it going forward, and then over time you will update that going back to 2015. Would that be possible? Not putting a time...
Same issue, councillor. You basically, I think you will find even if you do it in 2 years' time, it's still going to be a fairly lengthy exercise.
But you're saying just the external...
That's right, as per the number 3 corrected. It's just that it would give a lot of benefit to councillors in making decisions with due diligence.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry, I didn't read the changes. Okay, you got a second?
So the motion is from 1, 2 and 3, and we're taking out the bottom bit.
Okay. I'll put it. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. Councillor Haggerty, Granny Flats, page 249.
Yes, so thank you for the answers. So I guess the difficulty here is we don't know when. I guess where I'm going is at what point if it's a private certifier, at what point are we notified during the process of a granny flat being constructed?
Mr.
By
Moore?
the private certifier. Okay.
Through the CEO, if a private certifier is issuing a CDC, a complying development certificate, we're notified when that CDC application is made with them initially, and then when their determination on that CDC is made.
So I will move a motion that I'll let you catch up. Yep, that residents, or not residents, but people building granny flats be given the option of paying 50% at that first point and 50% at that second point. You can fix up the correct planning terms. So there's 2 points at which they have to notify us. That gives us the ability to go, okay, you can pay half now, half later. If I... Is that it?
Mr. Moore?
Yeah, through the CEO, the only time... It's only at that second point when someone is obliged to make a contribution payment, because if a CDC is not approved, then there is no applicable contribution fee. But following the CDC, then a determination there is a construction certificate. In fact, that's all wound into the CDC. And then the second stage to close that out is the occupation certificate. So now that I understand where you're coming from more, they're perhaps the two trigger points. But as it does say in the response to the answer to the question, there may be some risk if 50% of that payment is left to the occupation certificate, that we would be forced to chase up for that payment if someone chooses not to get an occupation certificate to close that out, or if they got an interim occupation certificate, which is entirely legal. We may not be able to close out on that second 50%. So that's just one of the risks that we've identified in the answer to the question.
Sorry, question. So and I'm on board with what Councillor Haggerty is attempting to do. When a private certifier issues their CDC, stage 1, which is to start building, they've got to put in there that you've got to pay a contribution of the amount. That same certifier then says prior to the issue of the full occupation certificate, you need to do all the conditions that I've just outlined in that. So there's a pretty good chance that the same person is going to be used all the way through. Unlike any other condition in that, it's up to the certifier to ensure that they tick all the boxes, and it's a responsibility of the certifier to ensure that all the conditions are being met prior to the issue of the occupation certificate. Now, I can't see, and yes, there is a risk, you're saying, but then the fallback is on the private certifier for not complying with their own conditions of consent, which is do all this stuff and pay all these fees. So, yes, there is a risk. I believe the risk is minimal. I believe that we shouldn't really be too concerned. It was a policy that was introduced, I think, 12 months ago by Council to actually introduce Section 94s against the Section 94 plan or 711 plan. We talk about the affordable housing. We should be trying to, and I'm sure I wouldn't get the support of Council, extend that to pretty much a lot of developments around this, around the city. But can we not make it that if it's an interim or a full occupation certificate, that the second instalment is paid? They've got to send it to us. If they do the wrong thing, the private certifier, we report them to the board, like we've done previously. I mean, yes, there are risks, but yes, we can mitigate the risks, and we can allow people to build, we can collect the money, and we can probably provide, just make it a little bit easier on the community, given that we do have a Section 11 fund that has millions and millions and millions of dollars in it, and let's say we're not using it all in one hit. Okay. So if Councillor Haggerty wants to move them, what has he moved?
What have we got? The people
building granny flats be given the option of paying 50% of the development contribution on the issue of the CDC and 50% prior to the OC stage.
So does that need to be a standard, a policy, now that we're doing all these things? What do we need to do to ensure that that happens, and probably just needs to be reworded that people building a granny flat?
Well, yeah, that we change the contribution plan for secondary dwellings or something. Whatever the official wording.
Yeah, through the CEO, I was only going to say OC then. If you could add either an interim or final OC.
So is it the council develops a policy that allows instalments on secondary dwellings, that allows 711 payments on secondary dwellings to be made by instalment 1 being the issue of a CDC, and the second instalment being at the time of the issue of an interim or an occupation certificate?
I'm sure Susan got all of that.
Don't ask me to say it again.
No.
Question through you, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I think it's to Mr Moore, just speculating. Could this have the effect of encouraging the illegal occupation of secondary dwellings? In other words, once you get it finished and it's in your backyard anyway, you just never bother to get the OC, and somebody occupies it, your relative, your granny, whatever, for the next 20 years.
Mr Moore?
Through the CEO, I think that's what I was alluding to when with my first answer. It may well do that, and because the authority in relation to all of this sits with an authority separate to council, private certifying authority, it can be hard for us to chase up and follow up on that. There are things we can do if we become aware that a certifier has done the wrong thing, but monitoring those sorts of things can be difficult, and that's why I was just pointing to that risk. Not all secondary dwellings are dealt with CDCs, of course. Some people do choose to lodge a development application, so we can certainly require 50% at construction certificate and 50% at occupation certificate, but many of them are dealt with CDCs as well.
I'd like to move a foreshadow motion, Madam Mayor.
Well, just hold your horses.
Do we have a compliance department?
Thank you, Councillor.
Well, no, I guess my point is, it's a valid point. Surely we have a clock or, some mechanism where we go, okay, we issued a construction certificate, it's been 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and we haven't got the OC. How about, we get off our backsides and go down and the site and check out if it's been occupied?
No.
All right, I'll withdraw, but you get the point.
You let Mr Moore.
Mr Moore, please.
Yeah, through the CEO. I'm talking about situations where we don't issue the construction certificate, though, because that's done by a
But
private
the private certifiers are obligated to inform us, which is how we got into the other issue that I won't go into too much detail about. They're legally required to go, I have issued a construction certificate, I have issued an occupation certificate, are they not?
They are obliged to inform us when they exercise that authority that they have. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, councillors, you have a motion before you.
No,
Seconder?
Madam Mayor.
I said I have a foreshadow
Yes,
motion, Madam
I said
Mayor.
hold your horses, councillor. Seconder for the motion?
But I'd like the wording just fixed. I'd hate to...
Madam Mayor, if I say, I may say a few words.
Yes,
through
certainly, Councillor Blute.
I'm actually against that motion, Councillor, because
I haven't even put up a foreshadow.
that would open up the floodgate on maybe people want to do the wrong thing, and if people don't get an OC, well, we'll never know. They can be or reside in that granny flat forever. And then to police that, that's got to be difficult and costly. Now, the stats here saying the purpose of either owner, occupier, or investor, the main trend is investors who are catching up onto positive return on investment, ROI. So technically and they're saying there's a huge jump now of people trying to jump on the bandwagon and invest in granny flats for a commercial purpose. And that is 69% according to the stats here. So what we're doing here, we're looking at about 70% people that want to invest and get a good return on investment. Good luck to them. Fully supportive of that. I just don't understand why council should go to that extent of opening up a floodgate and setting a precedent on something that we don't really want to do. I mean, A, it's not a huge amount of money. B, if you got 120-odd thousand, you've got to surely be able to afford that. And the return on investment is great. So the 69% are investors, not owner-occupiers, and it's increasing. So I can't see really any merits to that.
May I put up the foreshadowed motion?
No, I said, councillor. I said hold your horses. If you wish to speak against the motion and in that...
Just the questions.
Yes, councillor did.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the CEO. Are you aware of any people moved in a new property without OC?
I'd have to take that on notice, councillor, but we can get back to you with information.
And
about
what is the rule in regard of someone moving in without an OC? After several years, he can get it without any consequences.
I think that has been taken on notice.
I'll have to take that on notice because there isn't one straightforward answer. It's a situational thing. So, but we can certainly provide you with some more detailed information there. I'd like to speak to Ms. Mardini to make sure I've got
As
that.
far as I know, in the past, it did happen, okay, and without any consequences. So I'm just asking now if there is any rule in this regard.
Thank you, councillor.
Madam Mayor, is it possible for me to speak against the motion
certainly,
and
councillor.
then put in a foreshadowed motion?
No, you can speak against it, and in that particular speech, you can sort of hint at what your foreshadowed motion is.
Well, Madam Mayor, I would like to speak against the motion. Not that I can understand where Councillor Haggerty and Councillor Achiti are coming from in trying to look after people in our community who are not extremely affluent, but I have read what the council's response to this has been, and I can see that it is creating greater difficulties in giving council more work to do for very small result. And I believe that it is an occasion when we should be listening to the advice from our councillors who have to do this work, and I would prefer to take their recommendations on board and therefore could not support this motion.
Thank you, councillor.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
Can I make a
councillor.
quick comment?
Yes, councillor.
I understand the sentiment and I really appreciate it, but I also have concerns of policing and how it would be policed. So if the mover and the seconder are happy, could we have this deferred, say, till the February council meeting and then just have outlined the different stages of development, how the payment structure would work and the risks involved? I mean, in the policing, how much it would cost council to police it through the compliance department?
Okay.
I mean, if the mover
I'll ask the mover, we haven't got a seconder yet, if he'd be happy to defer this.
No, we do.
Oh, sorry, we do. I apologise. Mover
just
and
for
seconder.
the councillors that don't know the different stages and just to clarify the payments and everything, I think we need a little bit more information, and it is quite specific just to granny flats.
I think the idea is secondary dwelling, but it's the same thing. Councillor Haggerty, Councillor Chitty, are you happy to take? Well, you can only try.
No, can I? No, I just want to.
Yeah, let's go. Let's ride this one.
Let's have a crack.
Let's
All
ride it.
right. Okay. I'm going to move the motion that has been moved.
Am I allowed to put up a foreshadowed motion, Madam Mayor?
Councillor, no. Not yet.
Well, people might be
interested
in what the foreshadowed motion would be.
I think we've worked out what it is. You spoke.
Oh, have
you
we?
spoke against the motion, so I think we're getting the gist.
I don't follow the way this council is run.
Councillor, I would suggest you be quiet. Now, I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Those against, declare it carried.
Mayor, can I just make one comment that the tape is rewound and the wording, is we get the correct wording because a lot was said. For secondary dwellings and everything.
Yeah, secondary dwellings rather than granny flats. Yep.
Madam Mayor, record me as voting against. Thank you.
And record me as voting
Same
against
as he,
as well,
Madam
Madam.
It's a planning matter, so the full vote needs to be recorded.
Okay, all right. Those in favour, please stand. I'm standing. There you go. Those against, please stand. There you go. The motion has been moved. Thank you. Next item is also in Councillor Haggerty's name on page 254.
Thank you, Mayor. I think while we're on the topic of a fair go for councillors, a fair go for councillors catching, for pensioners catching trains at Edmondson Park. Can I actually ask, do we know if they've actually started construction? Because I distinctly remember a video by the member for Holsworthy in, I think it was late January, saying that construction would start this year, and it's the 11th of December. And I've had a number of inquiries from residents wanting to know how things are coming along. Do we know the answer to that?
To my knowledge, construction has not commenced.
Okay, thank you. I'll just note that.
Thank you. Your next item's feral cats in a bag.
And while we're still on the topic of... going to be frank here, I am extremely disappointed with the response back from council staff. Let me read some. I'll pull some of the quotes out here. It is not an area that council is experienced or resourced in. There is no policy for dealing with feral cats. It is not recommended that residents deal with feral cats. There are no penalties. Management of feral cats should be left with the state and federal governments. So I've got two emails here. The first is from the Federal Department of the Environment. The Australian government is not responsible for the management of feral animals and cannot help you. Very frank, but it doesn't leave much room for doubt. The second one is from the state government, the Local Land Service. Cats are companion animals. This means they come under the Companion Animals Act 1998. Local council enforces this legislation. So either the information coming to me in this report is... I need to be careful what I say here. Can I get some clarity? How about that before I... Yeah, I will be careful because either someone's mistaken or... Yeah.
Councillor, I'm the first to acknowledge I'm not an expert on feral cats. I can only go on the information that I've got in the emails that I have in front of me here. If you'd like us to seek further clarification, I'm happy to do so.
Well, I don't want clarification. I want us to actually deal with the problem of feral cats. So, you know, like this is not me trying to get my head in the champion or the leader. This is genuinely, I have people contacting me whose neighbourhoods have effectively been taken over by feral cats and no level of government seems to act. So either I put a motion that we write to Antonio Guterres and get the UN to sort it out, because that might be a level of government that seems to be able to act, or we all buy ostrich uniforms so we can better bury our head in the sand. We need to deal with this problem. It's a problem, and I can compliment council and council staff that there's been a lot of problems during this term of council that we thought were unsolvable that we've solved. Trolleys, we thought that was a problem we'd never be able to solve, we solved that. There's a list of them that we've been really good at solving, but it seems that we don't want to be able to fix the feral cat problem. I worded the questions in such a way to say, hey, council staff, come back to me and give me some suggestions so that council as a body can lobby the state government, the federal government, we can go to the state local government conference, we can go to the federal local government and try and make some adequate change. What do you need me to do to empower you to deal with feral cats? And the answers come back saying, not our problem, despite the fact I've got emails from both state and federal levels of government saying, not our problem either. Who deals with this?
Madam Mayor, could I give some information as an expert on cats? Not so much. Well, I appear to know a little bit more than what other councillors seem to know, and I'd just like to perhaps advise of what other councils do.
Okay.
The best way of handling feral cats is through the not-for-profit organisations such as the RSPCA, the Cat Protection Society of New South Wales, and they do operations that council perhaps can advise me that are free, where they collaborate with council and they do education programs on desexing, responsible pet ownership, managing feral cats, opportunities to collaborate with local government and things like that. So that's my understanding of the things that the not-for-profit organisations who, well, they are the experts in this matter, and I would suggest that, you know, that would be an appropriate motion, that we'd go down that path and see if there are opportunities of best addressing the feral cats.
Well, I wish that was in the response.
Well, thank you, councillor.
Thank you.
Can I put a motion?
Go for it.
It's Councillor Haggerty's motion.
Oh. With Councillor Haggerty.
I'll put a motion that we have a briefing from the RSPCA and or the Cat Society on effective means to deal with feral cats. And can I stress, I don't want to deal with future feral cats, so desexing stops future feral cats. How do we deal with existing feral cats? What weapons are appropriate?
Yeah. Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second that motion with one alteration. When you say that, you know, the desexing is for the future, I just would like to point out that cats, and we're in the breeding season right now, they actually breed from just 4 months of age and they continually come on heat every 8 weeks after giving birth.
Yes.
It is
So
excellent
it is
information.
an extremely important matter that you find out about desexing opportunities as a part of that discussions. Don't wipe it out, because that's the biggest problem. It's a never-ending problem.
I think everybody's aware of the...
I've got a few more questions on desexing.
Let's move on.
Still, I've got a question.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, because according to the background here, I'm reading, this Councillor Haggerty received a response from the council staff in regard of the feral cats. It's the responsibility of the federal government, which is he has approved now from the federal government. It says now it's the council responsibility. So can the CEO come back to us and let us know how this happened, how this advice he received from the council does not exist.
Yes, I can review that advice.
Thank you, councillors. I'm going to move it. Those in favour? Those against? Declare it carried. Feral cats, watch out. Next items, Councillor Calienda, page 261.
So just from the response, it sounds like the shopfront program is ongoing, but the pop-up program will depend on the situation following Civic Place project. Is that right?
Yes and no, councillor. Sorry, I hate to answer questions like that. You're right about the shopfront program. The pop-up program was put in place because we were unable to get tenancies into commercial centres. At the moment, there's quite a lot of demand for those commercials. If that demand changed, then we could go back at looking at a pop-up program. It's always better to have something occupied rather than not. There is also, and I believe it was subject to one of the resolutions in relation to Civic Place, a resolution to explore community options for the old library site once we do move. So that would be a true opportunity to provide those type of spaces.
Just in terms of demonstrating a commitment to it, I understand obviously that there's going to be, you know, a difference between what commercial rates will bring, commercial lease will bring us versus a kind of community-oriented program. But I think the function that a lot of these businesses had in terms of providing social enterprises with a kind of a safety net to trial things is really important, and a way that we ensure that the energy of particularly the CBD kind of doesn't become this really generic place that you kind of seen other CBDs around the place. So ideally, I would like to kind of commit to having the program longer term. So can I move? Are there words that I can use to move in that way?
So, councillor, you're moving it. You got a seconder?
Have a crack.
And can we see the actual motion?
I think the issue is that the words for the motion.
What are you trying to achieve?
Basically, that we commit to a pop-up program longer term. So beyond just obviously the commencement of Civic Place, actually have a pop-up program in the CBD.
Council develop a strategy for a pop-up program in the CBD and fund it through wherever the CEO says to.
Let's go with that.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Come back
Seconded.
with the strategy at a certain point
Councillor
in time.
Haggerty, you seconding?
I am absolutely seconding
All
it,
right,
yes.
I think we understand. I'm going to put it, those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next one is Councillor Chitty, Warwick Farm. Okay, thank you. Councillor 265, Councillor Chitty. Okay.
And Grange, just clarify, on point 5, are there any plans to close any of the existing roads, being those ones in point 4, not just any roads in Middleton Grange?
Yes,
just
okay.
the Western Sydney Parklands ones.
Thank you. Just
sorry, and I just.
Mr. Otto, can you just make a note for that, because I think you'll have to answer that one.
Okay, on the next one. Okay, on the one after that. Question 11. Can I just ask do we need to sort of wait for you to come back and say yes, it's probably worthwhile doing, which I think is something you might do?
Look, I'm going to say yes, it's probably worthwhile doing it.
And I ask for this just so that councillors are aware of the policies that we introduce. We're trying to do affordable housing, and I think we heard earlier that some councillors aren't aware of the stages of the CDC and whatnot. I think it's important councillors realise the financial implications on some of the policies that we do introduce, and then the impediments of those when it comes to trying to deliver affordable housing. It's easier to put our hands up here and increase Section 711s, introduce a compliance levy, work a little bit longer on DAs and whatnot, but all of that then means that the cost of the final product is a bit higher. It's okay to make streets bigger, but then your final product is bigger. So it's just a general, session, and you can use locals who are, submitting in DAs, or you can use someone that knows the industry. But I just think it's important that councillors are aware of all these policies that we introduce and how it affects it.
Yep.
Can I ask that as part of this session we also cover some of the more innovative things that some councils are doing in the area of affordable housing, like Waverley?
Yep, happy to take.
All right, next item is Councillor Rhodes, page 272.
So just on that then, if question 11 is all taken on board, there's no need to then sit there and do another 2-page answer?
Right.
So they can drop off.
You're happy with that? All right, next item, 272, Councillor Rhodes.
Yes, Madam Mayor. We did hear a report here from a constituent regarding this RMS traffic modelling and the situation that we are in now with the Moorebank intermodal opportunity for people to put in objections once again. There seems to be a lot of confusion around whether the RMS traffic modelling for the Liverpool LGA actually does exist. And I have seen evidence from the transcripts where they are talking about the RMS traffic modelling and that they claim to have given it to the Liverpool LGA, I believe with conditions.
Councillor, I'm going to interrupt you because the council's coming back with their answers, and I think it'd be prudent for you to...
Well, no, Madam Mayor, we do need to put up a motion on this because of the urgency of when this next opportunity for the intermodal to put in objections. So I'll say my motion, okay? That Council provides the entire RMS traffic modelling for the Liverpool LGA on the Council internet. I'll include the words, if available. To the RMS traffic modelling to the members of the Intermodal Committee, if available. Council delegates the CEO to urgently allocate funds necessary and take the operational steps required to have the RMS modelling independently peer reviewed by Cardino and the Transport Modelling Proprietary Limited on an expedited timeframe. 4, Council lodge a merits and/or judicial appeal against the current determinations for the Moorebank intermodal based on the new information in the RMS report prior to the relevant cut-off date of 28 days and 60 days respectively. 5, Council investigate additional capacity to disperse funds by way of the Intermodal Committee to our community to support its pursuit of legal advice and representation before the Christmas break and the 28-day and 90-day deadlines, that being an amount no less, and I'm putting in a nominal figure here, of $20,000. And 6, Council promote and educate to the residents through a media campaign, alerting residents of the opportunity for people to make submissions on the Council website through Liverpool Listens. Now, I'm saying this because it is, as has been proven before, that if we do take the opportunity to address issues that we feel are relevant about the intermodal, given this opportunity, then we do get additional benefits for our residents in way of mitigating the bad things that we feel are coming with the intermodal. So the modelling is essential for Council in consideration of their legal obligations to mitigate the negative impacts, not only for the Moorebank intermodal, but for the whole of the Liverpool LGA. That modelling, it's essential for councillors to see it, to ensure that we're meeting our legal obligations for the, to ensure that we're doing everything with due diligence. And
point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes,
Sorry. My understanding is that we don't have this modelling
We had an explanation earlier this evening about it all, but it seems to have now come back to us again. Councillor Rhodes is moving a motion and speaking to her motion. It'll be up to the council to decide whether they support it or not.
Once again, the opportunity for residents to lodge concerns regarding the Moorebank Intermodal are being held in the Christmas period when people are least available to attend meetings or make submissions. And, you know, the RMS did deliver information, I think it was today, to residents regarding some of the work it intends to do to people in the immediate area. But you know, they've got a very limited opportunity for them to raise issues on this matter, considering when it's being held. So if we could give greater publicity to that, to enable our residents the knowledge that now is the time that they can make submissions, that would considerably help us mitigate the bad things that the intermodal is going to deliver.
Thank you, Councillor. Have we got a seconder for Councillor Rhodes' motion?
Can I ask some questions, Mayor, please?
I just want a seconder first, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Hull. Yes, what's your question?
And I start by saying, yes, I'm generally in support of what the councillor is trying to do, but I just have couple little concerns. In point 3, can we just go to a company? So on line 3, whilst I support that company and the work that they're doing,
Oh, well, a company.
can we just say use this one?
Peer reviewed, full stop.
Whilst that company is doing a great job that's not engaged by, and I'd be happy, more than happy to, just want to see clarification on that.
Peer reviewed on the transport peer reviewed on an expedited time frame.
What I'm asking is, can we direct you to use a certain company? That's what, just before we vote on something, I just want to make sure.
Problems with that?
I'm happy to.
Well, I think it's can we, it's should we, and we probably shouldn't.
No, so let's...
Sorry, CEO.
Ask the CEO to... Excuse me, I'll ask the CEO. There is actually, I'll point out to councillors, this is a very serious step, and you are actually putting council in a situation where it's going to expend quite a few funds. So be very, very conscious of your decision. CEO?
In this instance, we would have to use Card No because we have used them for all the other modelling and work that we have done on the intermodal. To use any alternative company would mean that we'd be expending an enormous amount of money. If it's below my delegation to approve going out... Oh, the legislative delegation, which is $250,000, then I can sign off on using a particular company.
All right. I suppose the other questions are, the council discussed the intermodal committee and we're out to expressions of interest. Does that mean that I, being the chair, I think I'm the only person now on that committee? Does that mean that I just get to say where the money's used? Because I'm going to the Gold Coast soon, I think. I'm just clarifying. And they're genuine. Because of the short time frame, we're not going to be able to have a committee meeting, I can tell you that for sure. So if we are doing that, because the committee has to support and do things, I can assure the councillor the committee will not be having a meeting before Christmas. So I just don't want to support a motion that's got to go nowhere and we look good because we've worked.
Could we also put in there another point, point 7, that council, I don't know, something about where council can take, can via email to the intermodal committee, engage with them to...
And I think I get where Councillor Rhodes is coming from. She wants a circular resolution, but I would hazard to guess that the charter of that committee doesn't allow it.
I would suggest that's probably correct.
Madam
Well, how do we
while
word
that's
it?
being discussed, in relation to paragraph 4, you probably don't want to be publicly admitting you're lodging an appeal based on a document you haven't seen.
I think that's very wise, Councillor Shelton. Thank you for your comment.
We're not publicly admitting anything, are we?
We're streaming as we speak, Councillor.
Can I just advise too, I have some concerns around the lawfulness of number 5. If you're two things. Firstly, if you're directing funds in that manner, it will have to be on public exhibition. We've gone down this path before. Secondly, it doesn't actually specify who council is giving the funds to, and I would have some concerns about, well, to the intermodal. I would have some concerns about that. It's not in the charter or remit of the intermodal committee to determine where funding goes. That is council's responsibility. So I think you would need to clarify who that amount went to. I'm also very concerned about them being an amount no less than 20,000, while not bringing Councillor Hachidi into disrepute in any way as the chair of the Intermodal Committee. I think there should be a fixed sum there rather than one that can be negotiated, because again, council are the ones that determine the funding rather than a committee. I can't see that that's a lawful
Can I ask
motion.
a question, perhaps? How did we deliver funds to fight a legal campaign before? Because that had good results. We did have some wins.
Mr. White knows the history of this extremely well and can take you through it.
So through the CEO, on the last occasion, Council moved an allowance of $50,000 that had put on exhibition under the Local Government Act for 28 days. And upon the expiration of that period, the sum was confirmed, and the intermodal, there was an association, I believe, that had a number. I can't remember if it was, I think it was an ABN. And they were able to lodge receipts or invoices for services rendered to them on account of their legal matter. Those included, I can't recall exactly, but there were definitely some expert witness fees, some lawyers' fees and the like. I think the Environmental Defenders Office was supporting them at the time. And as those receipts came in, I can't recall if we remitted that money to the intermodal and then they paid, or whether we paid directly, but it was something like that. It was based upon the invoices.
I think it was the Association for Good Government and Planning.
Is there any way that council, considering that we haven't got the time to put it on exhibition, is there any way that this council could possibly make a grant available to that same organisation?
That's the grant funding requirements. I have one lawyer next to me saying no and another lawyer texting me who's watching saying no. So I'll ask Mr. White to review the Local Government Act again, but yeah.
I'm just trying to remember the exact section. I thought it was 357, but I'm wrong. Give me a minute and I'll find it. But from memory, there's absolutely no way around it. It's very clear. Unless it's part of an existing program that's approved through the operational plan or delivery program, then you cannot direct the funds to anyone outside the council.
Okay, can we then drop the bit about dispersing funds, take that out, number 5, and council lodge a merits or judicial appeal against the current detrimentations for the Moorebank Intermodal, taking on board the Mayor's words of advice that it is a serious matter. But
can I just say, councillors, I would believe that your point 4 will cost a considerable amount of money.
How much do we value our residents?
How much are you willing to take out of your budget that could go for parks and other things?
Yep.
It's a matter for council.
Plus also you're most certainly going to lose while you keep those words in there that say based on the new information that nobody's seen.
So we have to take out that line, that being an amount no less than 20,000. We have to take that out?
We'd have to take the costs on notice, but from experience, I was just chatting, because I know I've been through this before, it's cost us over $1 million to open the door.
And we went through this last time. We were told we had very little chance I don't know what's changed. I don't think anything's changed. If anything, that chance has narrowed based on the fact that the previous one didn't get up. So,
Yeah.
This is not a matter of stopping the intermodal. Let's be perfectly clear about that. This is a matter of mitigating.
But councillor, when you go to court, as soon as you walk in, it costs you lots of money.
We know
but
that.
This is a matter for council. I think everybody's got the gist. We have a mover and a seconder, and I don't want to sit here all night. I'm going to put the motion as
It's
moved.
all over the place at the moment. Can we just remove what's not legal?
All right. Well, what do you want to remove?
Can you remove 5, Mr Georgiakis? Is that correct, Councillor Rhodes? You're satisfied
Yes,
with
that's
having
right. Take that out.
Okay. Is that it?
Can we just have a moment to consider it, please, Madam Mayor?
Okay. Thank you.
Well, Madam Mayor, I feel that I'm forced to put the motion as
Okay.
is and leave it up to councillors to decide as to whether they want to support the motion.
Okay,
Or
then. No
not.
problems.
Sorry, can the mover, before she does that, in her motion, based on the advice from officers, what do you think the cost is if we open that door, roughly?
Over $1 million, probably.
Right. Will you be happy to put that in your motion? Noting the cost could be over $1 million?
No, don't.
You have something to say, Councillor Haggerty?
That's all right. I think it's important, if we are going to go down this track, that the cost is identified in the motion.
Yep.
Can we say, noting that council was advised, the cost may be
No,
over-
that the cost could be.
Yeah.
Could be over $1 million.
Ordinarily in litigation, Madam Mayor, it's a bad move to say to the other side how much you're prepared to spend.
Yeah, we know, councillor.
Oh, leave it.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour, please raise your hand. Those against, declare it lost. Okay, the next item is Councillor Hall, I think, on page 273, question 14. Thank you, Councillor. 274 again. I'm sorry, I must have the wrong thing. That's leasing of 33 Moore Street, question 15. That's awaiting 1 too, I would say, yes. 275, question 16, in the name of Councillor Hall, same thing. Yep, okey-doke. Question 17, Councillor Hall, 276, same thing. 277, 77's Councillor Did, different name. He can wait, okay. 278, Councillor Ayard. Thank you. 279, Councillor, number 20, Councillor Blute. Thank you. You're happy? Everybody's happy. Councillor Haggerty?
I'm not happy. No, I'm happy.
Okay, the next items is the addendum, EGRO 09.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to move this with an amendment.
Yes, what is your amendment?
So in the book, it would be, sorry, I'll just bring it up on my iPad. Sorry, page 4, and then it says monetary contributions towards the cost of local road improvements. I would like to include the bypass road there, so I'd like that wording just changed a little bit to monetary contributions towards the cost of local road improvements, include the bypass road.
To include the bypass
Yep.
road, yep.
Which is a priority of council. So I just want it reiterated that the bypass road is a priority and that we need that to be done.
Yep.
2, 3. And then if you go down further to number 4.4, provision of 5% of the dwelling yield as affordable housing to be dedicated to council, that whole paragraph eliminated. Because I think the bypass road is more important.
Can I see clarification on something before a seconder jumps in? Please.
Yes, councillor, just the deletion of that may be a problem for us because we do have the obligation of 5 to 10% affordable housing, remember earlier in the evening?
No,
Is it, Mr Smith, can we remove that from our VPA requirements and yep.
Through the
Okay.
CEO on that particular issue, that was the proponent's offer, but they didn't offer the words in the brackets to be dedicated to council. But at the end of the day, that's a matter for council.
So they offered to do that. Yes, Councillor Ayard, the applicant actually asked for the 5% affordable housing.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, in relation to that point though,
I missed
we're talking about a VPA. So I believe if we're pulling out to be dedicated to council, then the provision of 5% dwelling shouldn't be included in the VPA. It should be included somewhere else in the document because that relates to a VPA, not to that. So there's...
Mr Smith, can you provide some clarity on that?
Okay, so item 4 of the recommendation, the planning proposal was supported by a letter to enter into a VPA with council. What this is recommending that the CEO be delegated to further the VPA negotiations. The proponent has put forward an offer for monetary contributions towards the cost of local road improvements. I think Councillor Ayard was saying she wanted the additional words, including the bypass road, which is a priority of council. The matter point 4 of item 4, the proponents have said we're happy to provide 5% of the dwelling yield as affordable housing and wrap that up within a VPA, but the word in question, the words in question from the proponent is they would prefer the words to be dedicated to council removed, and I think if councillors recall from July that was the same issue as well.
So further to that, the speaker mentioned a couple other things and they relate to page 5 up to 3 to 1 and then building height of 45 metres, which should be 50 they were saying. Can we just get clarification on those?
Mr Smith?
Okay, so in relation to on page 4, recommendation 2, they requested that the in principle, so council endorse in principle be removed. Once again, that's a matter for council, but normally in these recommendations we say endorse in principle. That gives council an opportunity to say, well, it hasn't gone on public exhibition yet, so when it does, if council wants to change its mind or something, you've said that you've in principle supported the planning proposal, subject to it going to Gateway and subject to it going on public exhibition. But if the council wishes to remove that, it's a matter for council. Where they've also raised a concern with submitting a modified request in sentence 2 of paragraph 2. At the end of the day, council can actually do that. We don't need to go back to the proponent and say, can you make those changes and submit a modified request? They've done a request. It's up to council then to put that into our planning proposal template and then send it off for Gateway if council resolves so. So subject to submitting a modified request, the wording doesn't need to change. What we would do operationally is simply make that change ourselves. In relation to the end of paragraph 2, the recommendation there where it was, we're saying 45 metres, they're saying 50 metres. Council staff's position has been consistent since I think 2017, where our recommendation to council has been to reduce it from 50 to 45. I think the original proposal back in 2017 was 45 metres to 100 metres, but this proposal was 50. We've recommended it drop down to 45, but once again, that's a matter for council. Where it talks about the clause 4.42b of the Act, and I think the proponent said, well, that applies to the city centre. What was intended there was that clause would then also apply to this site. So there would be an amendment to that clause to also have it applying to this site to be consistent from what's allowed on one side of the train line could be allowed on the other side of the train line.
Thank you. Councillor, do you still wish to have that removed? That point?
Look, I would like that to be removed regards to point 4. I would like to hear what my fellow councillors have to say before I make a final decision, if that's okay, Madam Mayor.
And I'm almost happy to second it. I'd be happy if the words to be dedicated, and I think we spoke about this, to council. I don't have an issue with affordable housing. I do have an issue, with us saying to somebody, no matter how big or small, that we will do this if you give us 5% of what you're building. So I'm happy with the brackets to be removed and leave the rest, absolutely.
Okay.
But just to clarify, this is the developer's offer. The developer said no?
The developer didn't offer. The developer offered the provision of 5% affordable housing. We have proposed to council that it be dedicated to council as a income stream. But if councillors choose not to do that, that's entirely your decision.
I just have a question, if I may. 5% of this development amounts to how many affordable housing units dedicated to council?
Do you know the yield, Mr. Smith?
If the yield's 500, 10% of that would be 50, so 25.
Okay.
But that's ultimately depending if it turns out to be 500, but you could say minimum of 25.
Okay, let's say 25. What is each unit in Warwick Farm worth? To be
Are there
sold
any real
on
estate agents
today's
in the room? I'd have to take that one on notice otherwise.
Let's say 500. 500. If my calculation is correct, does that amount to roughly 20 million, 12.5 mil? Okay. And over how long would this be? This won't be a one-off. So they'll dedicate this to council, and then council will in turn make an income from these properties. Is that correct?
That's what we've proposed here. If they retain the affordable housing and then use an affordable housing provider, they need to be retained in the market as affordable housing for a decade.
A decade?
Yes. That's part of the rules with affordable housing.
Okay. Is there a precedent for this throughout Liverpool? Has any other developer paid or given council so many affordable housing units?
No, this is the first time that we've proposed this in a VPA. It's not unique to Liverpool. Other councils do this as well. The provision of affordable housing is common in the council area.
Okay. Madam Mayor, if I may, just with number 4, I'd like to hear the rest of the discussion as well, ongoing.
All right.
Can I ask a question just in relation to that? So with that potential income stream, what could that be used towards? What does that actually mean for the community?
More amenity.
Kind of hard to answer that question, but more amenity, yes, anything that tips into the council's income gets used again by council. Yeah.
And so obviously if we didn't have that income stream, if those didn't come to council, then that would just leave the area.
Potentially, yes, but I think the first principle would be to get affordable housing into Warwick Farm. I think that is the first principle. Other councils have used this as a mechanism to develop an income stream, but again, if councillors choose not to do it, that's entirely their position.
Can I just be clear on something? What we're asking, sorry, councillor, you want somebody to hand over to council 25 units to be able to deliver. I mean, is that really what this... I'm actually baffled that we're actually even considering it, to be honest with you. So, yes, we will give you that. We'll allow you to supply more housing, which will then go into the market, which will hopefully... and the more supply there is, hopefully the pricing will get sorted. But we're expecting somebody to say, here you go, here's 25 units, thanks for letting me do my development. Sorry... It's almost on the border of, and if people are going to be hung up on this because of that, sorry. So yes, developer, we'll give you this, but you've got to give us 25 units. I mean, and we're getting some shakes here. It's almost that we should all be then going into town to where they question people, because if we're going to hang up on, we'll give you a development, but you've got to give us 25. I mean, if I said that to someone, I know where it'll end up, and I'll be talking through a glass window.
I think you're debating against the motion, councillor.
Yep.
Any other discussion? I'm just conscious of the time. We just don't want to stop. Yeah.
Well, look, Madam Mayor, I don't believe we should accept the offer of 5% affordable houses. I don't want to set a precedent when the developer can come to council and say, well, here you are, we're not going to give you the money, I'll give you property instead. So that is, it's a wrong precedent we're going to set. I prefer to get the money and go and spend it somewhere else as the council wants.
Thank you. Councillor Haggerty.
My turn. Let me reframe it in a different way. Right, we've had we've had a number of reports and briefing sessions on affordable housing. I think we've put up a whole bunch of noms about how we do better in the area of affordable housing. The developer has offered affordable housing, and we've sort of gone a step further to say, how about we own them? And the benefits are, rather than how it usually works, which is the developer looks after it for 10 years and we really have no way to enforce whether they are using it properly as affordable housing. We own them. We ensure that, we get a reputable community housing provider to make sure it's going to people who need it. And then with the income stream, here's an idea. Maybe we use that to subsidise rents and we get even more affordable housing. And we tackle the affordable housing crisis in our area.
Thank you, Councillor Haggerty. That's okay. You were heard uninterrupted. Now, any other speakers for or against? Councillor Ayard said she was keen to hear people's perspectives. Okay, we've got to move out. We've got a seconder.
Can we ask some questions before, in
Yes,
relation to the whole
Councillor.
precinct? And Council moved earlier to rezone Warwick Farm. I know there's documents from the Greater Sydney Commission that says they want to see something. We've said we want to see something else. So obviously there's a risk here that we may not see anything. In the briefing session we said 1,200 roughly was the number in there. That was just a high level thing. How long do you think it'll take, if this was to land at Department of Planning, how long do you think it'll take, and how long's a piece of string, them to determine it? Because what I'm thinking here, we're going to spend a lot of money and time in developing a plan for Warwick Farm that says B, whatever the number was.
B4.
B4. If this goes to the planning department and they say no, it almost then kills off our chances of what we just wanted to do. So I suppose, do we know roughly how long's a piece of string?
It is a bit of a how long's a piece of string question. Mr Smith, can you add anything to that?
I would agree, we can't provide a definitive answer, but if we look at some requests for planning proposals go to the department and a gateway determination is turned around quickly, we're still waiting for a gateway determination for Collymore, and that's been with the department for 4 or 5 months, so that will give you a bit of an indication that it could be quick or it could be delayed. I couldn't answer any clearer than that, unfortunately.
If council is of a mind to send this to the department, without trying to show any what I'm trying to show is favouritism to the ratepayer, because we're going to spend a lot of money developing that plan, are we able to inform them also that we're looking at the whole area and this could set a precedent? So we wouldn't mind if you sort of give us an idea.
I think that would be a sensible approach to take, full stop, and Mr Smith can do that.
Because if this in a month comes back and says no, well then we know that we can pretty much cut off what we just did. In relation to the 45 metres and 50 metres, and again high level, can they achieve a 2-to-1 with the 45 metres? Because if they're saying 50, we're saying 45, it's 2-to-1. There's no point having a 2-to-1 if you can't get to 2-to-1 under 45.
Mr Smith?
Simply, we would have to look into that further. That recommendation was taken from the 2017 report that was done. So it was a recommendation to drop it from 100 down to 45, or the 50 metre component down to 45. But that further detail could be provided post-gateway to make sure it's correct, but I haven't done that modelling.
All right, is it fair to say then if we do it the other way around and put the 50 number in there instead of 45, and then post-gateway once we've done the modelling, just so that we're not trying to go the other way? So I'm happy to second if we make some amendments. Obviously change the 45 in point 2 to 50, noting what Mr Smith just said. The 3-to-1 that was discussed, is that relevant? It's not, leave it there, take it out, does it matter?
Through the CEO, I'd prefer to, my recommendation would be to leave the 3-to-1 in, because the recommendation is 2-to-1 is the base FSR. If they've got access to the bonus FSR provisions under 4.42B, that's done on a calculation on a ratio. The risk is if you remove 3 to 1, it could go 4, 5, 6 to 1, whatever. I haven't got the numbers in front of me. It's my recommendation that you do leave it up to a maximum of 3 to 1, which is actually what they've asked for in the planning proposal. What we've said is drop it down to 2 to 1 instead of 3 to 1 as the base. Then through a development application, if you've got access to the bonus provisions on merit through the DA process, we can then ensure that that's appropriate.
All right. And in point 1, it says, note the advice provided by the Liverpool Local Planning Panel. Should a point 2 there be, note the advice provided by those confidential emails that were sent to us?
Yeah, you could simply say note the legal advice provided to councillors.
Yeah, because I'd given this thing. All right, so that'll become wherever you want, point 6 if it makes it easier. Is there anything else in there that needs to change? In relation to, sorry Mayor, and I know you said, and we've got to hurry up, in relation to the 5% affordable housing dedicated to council, if the CEO is to go there and negotiate a VPA that includes the full payment of the bypass road and things like that that are actually going to benefit that community, I don't have an issue. The only issue I have is us saying to somebody, give us this for us. I understand the income stream and all that hasn't been done before. Go crazy on getting the best that we can out of this person for the wider community, but just to hand over something like that, I just can't support.
Just a reminder, councillors, that any VPA needs to be approved by you, so it will come back to you.
Okay, well, in light of that information that the CEO has just given us and my fellow councillors' comments, I'd like number 4 removed.
Can we...
So on page 5, for provisions of 5% of the dwelling yield, I want that. I think that should be gone.
Can we leave it in and just delete everything from the bracket?
No. Well, initially I thought that would be suitable, but in light of my fellow councillors' comments, namely Councillor Hadid's comments and what the CEO did just mention, that this VPA is going to come before us again and we're going to have another opportunity for it. We're going to see it again and actually see what they're delivering. I would rather that than them hand over these units.
But listening to Councillor Chidi, Councillor Did, they're happy for the 5% affordable housing. They're just not happy with the we look after it bit. So take the brackets out.
Is that correct, Councillor? And Councillor Hadid?
Just get rid of the brackets.
Sorry, can you just clarify what you...
Okay, so get rid of the brackets, and also too, it'd be better for the person to know up front what's happening rather than have something come back and then change again. So if you're going with that as your first gabbat, you're able to sort of negotiate. Okay, I think we're at a final
Madam Mayor,
stage.
just a question.
Yes.
When the VPA comes before us again, do we have an opportunity to add and remove?
Well, you
We
will
do?
have,
Okay.
but I'd just be cautious that this is a negotiation.
Yes.
So you may lose a lot of goodwill if you change it too much. That's the only thing I'm going to say.
Okay.
Okay then.
Sorry, one more final question. When will this be with, and I'm only pushing this for the sake of the other thing that we need to do in Warwick Farm, how long would it take to actually go to Department of Planning? How much more work do we need to do on this?
Mr Moore, what's your feeling there?
We need to prepare our own planning proposal with the design changes that are included in the draft recommendation. It probably will take a couple of months to do that, David, or less.
Through the CEO, I think we could probably make most of those changes within about a month.
Yeah, okay.
In that, because it also involves the negotiations. I know the VPA offers post-exhibition, but that could still occur. But no more than a month, I wouldn't have thought.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I just need a second just to revisit number 2, because I know Councillor Hachidi, although he hasn't seconded, has happily made amendments to the motion.
Yeah, you put another bloody 5 metres on. Sorry, I said that word again. Put another 5 metres on there. Why do we put another 5 metres on there?
Hold on. That was after discussing with the manager of strategic planning. Can we fit 2 to 1 in under the 45? And I think it was, we got to wait for a few more things. So there's no point in having a 2 to 1 FSR with a 45 metre height limit if you can't do, what's the point of it if you can't do them both? So If I take it, the advice or suggestion or whatever it was, send it away at 50. When it comes back post-gateway, if we feel that they can achieve everything in the 45, it's then up to council to say it's only 45 because you can achieve it. It's easier to go down than it is to go up. So I'm just trying to make it easier.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'm happy with that.
Okay.
So with number 4, just the exclusion of to be dedicated to council.
Yep. And a seconder for that motion? Thank you. I think we've discussed it. I'll put it. Those in favour? Those against? 2 people against. Thank you. Next item is on page 105.
Move that way. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, may I approach you for some advice?
Yes, certainly.
I think it's. Are we up to? What are we up to?
We're up to investment report November 2000.
Yeah. Can I approach the?
Yeah, sure. It's addendum. Oops. Yeah. We're going to move that Corpo 5 into confidential. There's a couple of items that need to be dealt with anyway, so because it's under section 10(2) something or other of the Act. The next item is confidential and it's 822 in your confidential documents. It's the easement.
I'll second, Madam Mayor.
Thank
A question in relation to it, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hall and Councillor Ayard, what's your question, Councillor Chilton?
Yeah, in relation to the alignment of the easement, it looks like a lot of vegetation is going to be lost, old growth trees. Is that the case? It's probably still supported anyway, but I'm just curious.
Would you mind if I took that on notice, Councillor? I need to get some advice from that.
Yeah, thank you, if you can get back to me.
Okay, the next, I'm going to put it, those in favour?
Yep.
Those against, declare it carried. Next item's on page 826.
Happy to move that way.
Thank you, Councillor
Seconded,
Rose.
thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shelton. Any opposition? I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. The next item is on page 830.
Move a motion. 8 to what, sorry?
830.
Yeah, move a
on close
motion,
three.
Mayor, and I believe it should be okay to do it in open because you've got to read it anyway.
Yeah.
Proceed with the upgrade of the old SES premises. Direct the CEO to provide funding from general funds for the upgrade. Direct the CEO to offer Liverpool District Manager Shed a 3-year licence agreement, a nominal fee of $1,000 per annum for that term. Offer them the opportunity to do works that they're capable of doing. Sorry, just in relation to point 3, can that be changed to a 5-year licence with a demolition clause after 3 years?
That's fine. You can.
That's okay?
Okay. Yep, that's fine.
I'll second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'll put it. Those in favour, those against, declare it carried. Next item's 834.
Now, how do we deal with this given
Move that way.
discussed it, Mayor? I'm asking a question, Councillor. Sorry, it's
My
courtesy.
suggestion would be to move it into confidential with Confo 5 as well. So we have...
Can't we just, if we receive a note, does that mean that's where it stops?
Yes, at the
All right,
moment.
At the moment, yeah.
Yeah, so Bathurst Street Extension, yes. So Conf 04,
Yeah,
receive and note the report.
Yep.
If that means that's where it just stops.
yeah, at the moment.
Yep, I'll receive and note the report, Mayor.
Yeah, it can come back, but that's, yeah.
I'll second that.
Seconder. Now, this is for the,
I'd like to foreshadow a motion.
okay. Do you wish to speak against it?
I do.
Bless you.
I've said it all before. Let's just get on with building a car park and listen to the great residents of Liverpool and their demands for more parking. Let's.
Okay. I get the gist. Okay, I'm going to put the motion as moved by Councillor Chitty and seconded by Councillor Rhodes. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Haggerty is against. Right.
Can I be noted?
Pardon?
Oh,
No.
Don't worry.
We're moving into confidential now under section 10 of the part 2 of the Act because there's personal matters and also there is a, stay for the first one and go for last. And there's economic matters.